Would everyone take their seats, please? Okay, everyone, please take your seats. I'm calling the meeting to order.
He's there. We need a gavel today.
See, somebody last week said I should have a gavel. Who was that said that? That was Eli.
I said a whip.
Okay, a whip. Well, at least it worked. Good morning, everyone. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 3 to 8 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the local planning appeal tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the local planning appeal tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 150 days of receipt of the application for zoning and 210 days for an official plan amendment. A comment sheet is available at the door for anyone wishing to submit written comments on these amendments. So anyone on committee, if you have any motions on any of the items before us today, as soon as you can get them to our committee coordinator, Ms. Stephanie, that would be awesome, so we can share not only amongst ourselves, but with the people in the audience. Are there any declarations of interest? No? Can I have someone move confirmation of the minutes of May 23rd? Is it carried? Thank you. Okay, item number 1 is the site plan approval for 1 Rideau Street. We'll hold that item. We have a presentation and we have speakers. Item number 2 is the application for demolition and new construction at 384 Frank Street, a property located in the Centertown Heritage Conservation District designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have no one here to speak on that topic. Is that item carried? Thank you. Item number 3 at the same address is the zoning bylaw amendment for 384 Frank Street. I have no one registered to speak on this item. Does anyone have any questions, or can we carry this item? Carried. Thank you. Item number 4 is 211 Loretta Avenue South. Oh, sorry, 114 Richmond Road. Oh, I have a wrong number in here for some reason. Oh, I'll have to go with this. So the 114 Richmond Road, the zoning bylaw amendment, we do have speakers in opposition, so we'll be holding item number 4, which is 114 Richmond Road. Item number 5 is 211 Loretta Avenue South. Okay. Asked to be held. Is this for a long hold? Because I have no speakers. I'm just asking.
I'm just going to make my speech on this one like I did the last one.
Then I say we let him do that, because the only person we have here is Murray Chown, and Councillor Leeper wants to make his usual speech, he said. Okay? If you feel the need to speak after that, we'll hold it.
Yeah, so let's hold it, because they'll want to respond.
Okay. Is this the only item you're here for? Yeah. Okay. We'll just hold it. 4829 Abbott Street East. The zoning bylaw amendment for 4829 Abbott Street East in Councillor Gower's Stittsville ward. We have a person here, Ellen Potts from Novatech, to speak if needed. Does anyone have any questions on this item? Ellen, do you need to speak if we're prepared to carry it? Is the item carried? Thank you. Okay, number 7 is zoning bylaw amendment part of 450 Huntmar Drive in Canada North. Is this the one you just have a couple of questions? Because I have no one to speak on this at all. So Mary Dickinson, is Mary here? She may not be here yet. Mary, could you just come forward for a minute, please, just to be, we have no speakers, not even the applicant. And the councilor just has a question on holding, on the holding symbol. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple questions because this is this is about changing an existing floodplain, allowing development in what was formerly a floodplain. There's 5 holding conditions on this file, so I had questions about the last 2. D, it says in the report that Minto is actively working to fulfill condition D. What's the current status of their work so far on that? Which is filling of the property and an as-built survey that will have been completed to demonstrate the area is entirely removed from the floodplain. Has that work started? Is it in progress? What's the status?
Madam Chair, the Minto's been working actively with the MVCA on adjusting the floodplain along the Carp River. So there's 2 separate permits that relate to the Carp River floodplain overlay. Right now, the Minto has provided all of their data about having actually moved the soils, and they're waiting for the MVCA to provide memo to say whether they are in acceptance of that. There's a second portion just to the north, also on the Minto property, where the permit has almost been issued. So the works have not begun yet, but they will be starting soon.
Okay. And then condition E is at all times flood storage capacity of the corridor will be maintained at or above existing conditions. The Carp River work rather was completed relatively recently. It's the Mississippi Valley that's evaluating the flood storage capacity, is that right?
Madam Chair, that's correct.
And can you explain how that's being monitored on a continual basis?
So I will have to, for a fulsome answer, I will defer to the MVCA. I can get you a response on that because we truly look to them on the monitoring of this, and we are doing the implementation. I will clarify, though, that we are not lifting the floodplain protection through this application. We're maintaining the hold at this point. So this application today isn't requesting to lift it, so therefore, prior to the hold coming off of those lands, I can have a fulsome answer to you on how they are proposing to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks very much. So is this item carried? Carried? Thank you. That was the zoning bylaw amendment for part of 450 Huntmar Drive, which you probably noticed that we received quite a lengthy submission from Faith Blackyear with questions about whether the reports were correct, the figures, etc., and staff have verified that it is indeed correct, and she is indeed not correct. So, item 8 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 811 Gladstone Avenue. We have no speakers other than, not that you're no speaker, Miguel Tremblay and Rob McNeil. Where are you? But we have, does anyone have any questions? Do either of you need to speak if we're prepared to carry it? Okay, so is this item carried? Carried. Thank you. That one was in Councillor McKenny's ward. I know she was here. Item number 9 is Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative 2019-2022 and City Capital Investment Plan for Affordable Housing 2019. Vice Chair Tierney has got a technical amendment.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll dispense with the whereases because there's just inconsistencies in the table. The tables are attached, so therefore be resolved that Planning Committee amend the staff report before it rises to Council to correct Table 4 to refer to Year 1, 2019 to 2020, Year 2, 2020 to 2021, and Year 3, 21 to 2022, and replace the total capital allocation for the new construction of the province/federal Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative from $12,564,850 to is that correct? $14,581,728, and the total capital allocation from $28,734,850 to $30,751,728, to the reference of $28.7 million on pages 6 and 7, and 13 be replaced with $30.7 million.
It's clear as mud. Is that carried? Thank you. On the item as amended, it's carried. Thank you. Okay. So we will go back to the first held item. We have a presentation by staff. It's the site plan approval for 1 Rideau Street. Allison? So Allison Hamlin is our senior planner on this file, and with her is Doug James and Dana Collings. Yeah, I know, I just... Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Councillor Fleury, members of Planning Committee. My name is Allison Hamlin. I'm the file lead planner for the site plan application at 1 Rideau Street. I'm joined by my colleagues, Development Review Central Manager Doug James and Heritage and Urban Design Program Manager Dana Collings. We support the proposed addition and are recommending approval of the plans and studies that are found in Document 6 of the staff report and the conditions that are found in Document 7. So just for a little background, the site plan application before you today requires a decision as delegated authority was lifted last year through a motion introduced at Built Heritage Subcommittee, and which was later adopted by Council. This decision is Planning Committee's decision. It does not go on to Council. Council approved the heritage permit in June of last year with conditions that staff work with the applicant to make the addition more compatible with the existing hotel. Built Heritage Subcommittee heard the matter as an information item on June 3rd of this year and has provided their comments directly to this committee. You'll hear also from Chair of Built Heritage Subcommittee, Councillor Glenn Gower, following this presentation. So the Chateau Laurier is a well-known and a well-loved landmark in Ottawa. The site is located at the northwest corner of Rideau Street and Mackenzie Avenue along Confederation Boulevard. To the west is the Rideau Canal, to the north is Majors Hill Park, to the east is the Connaught Building, a federal office building and protected heritage building, and 700 Sussex, a mixed-use building constructed in 2005. To the south is the Senate of Canada building, which is the temporary home of the Senate, and the National War Memorial. The Chateau building was originally built in between 1908 and 1912, and an east wing was added in 1929. The whole building is designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. It's a National Historic Site designated in 1980 because it is an excellent example of a chateau-style hotel, which is of national significance as an architectural type. This is a current view of the hotel from the base of the Rideau Canal locks. This is a view from Majors Hill Park. This is the view looking south on Mackenzie Avenue. The chateau has had several additions since the original wing was constructed in 1912. The 1929 addition created its current C shape. Later additions included the 1969 parking garage, which was demolished last year, a front drop-off area, and a front glass addition to the restaurant in 1985. This proposal has also seen several iterations. Document 11 of the staff report describes the design evolution. This is the design before you today. The owner of the Chateau Laurier Larco Investments proposes to build a 7-story, 147-room addition in a contemporary style at the rear of the chateau, and the addition will also include a 5-level, 361-space underground parking garage. The development will retain the Chateau Laurier in its entirety, and it will be built on the site of the now demolished parking garage. It will connect to the Chateau Laurier in limited areas on the east and west wings. The addition will extend to within 0.6 meters of the Mackenzie Avenue street line, which is permitted by the zoning. The forecourt abutting Mackenzie Avenue will be redesigned for improved functionality and for better pedestrian conditions. New landscaping following Confederation Boulevard standards will be added. The addition makes strong contributions to the public realm through improved at-grade conditions, such as pedestrian pathways, active frontages and transparent windows, and high-quality landscaping. This image shows the park edge. New spaces will be created, such as steps up from the lower Rideau Canal terraces and a ballroom courtyard, as shown in this image. The east elevation and the west elevation show the relative scale of the addition to the overall hotel. The north elevation shows how the building has been broken up into what we call the East Pavilion, the Connector, and the West Pavilion. These are some of the changes that were made to address last year's motion. So now I will move through the rendering. So this is a view looking at Mackenzie Avenue, looking north towards the park. Up close details of the East Pavilion, the view from Parliament Hill, details of the West Pavilion, the view from the Rideau Canal locks, a view of the addition as seen from Majors Hill Park with the roof line of the chateau visible above. So just to highlight the review process, so this proposal was to the Urban Design Review Panel on several occasions, and the UDRP provided feedback on the February 2019 design. So their comments informed the design that's before you today. In response to their comments, the architect made changes, including altering the architectural expression of the East Pavilion to make it more similar to the West Pavilion, and introducing bronze vertical channels in the connector to screen the glass in the middle section. Parks Canada also provided their comments. You can see that in the document section of the report. They had positive things to say about the design, including that the vertical rhythm of the limestone fins better relates to the regular rhythm of the fenestration of the hotel, and that the 7-story height enabled views to the iconic roofline. As with the UDRP, they had some concerns about the glass in the connector, and as I said, this section has been revised in the design that's before you today. In terms of public consultation, staff used multiple methods to consult with the public, and more than 2,400 respondents provided comments on this or asked to be kept informed. Public consultation is outlined in document 8 of the staff report. The majority of the comments related to the building's architecture, specifically its contemporary design and the addition's compatibility with the existing hotel. There were also concerns about the loss or obstruction of views, traffic and loading, public accessibility, bird safety, nighttime effects of interior lighting, construction disturbances, and rooftop mechanical equipment. So in conclusion, staff find that this application is consistent with the City of Ottawa official plan and the Central Area Secondary Plan and with relevant design guidelines. Protected views of Parliament will be maintained. The addition is appropriate in its scale and massing for the downtown, and it supports the goals of making the downtown a vital and active place. The proposal makes strong contributions to the public realm by improving the look and function of the pedestrian environment and the Mackenzie Avenue forecourt. It removes surface parking and locates parking within an underground parking garage. The addition has active frontages at grade where before there were blank walls, which creates visual interest and allows for informal surveillance on all sides. The hotel is a permitted use within the mixed-use downtown zone. The performance standards of the zone are met with the exception of an aspect of the heritage overlay, and a minor variance will be required for that before a building permit can be issued. Staff have worked with the applicant to address the conditions of the heritage approval. The heritage permit has been issued, and the conditions of the site plan approval ensure that the heritage permit design will be constructed in accordance with city standards. So in conclusion, planning staff recommend approval of this site plan application. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. And you said that Chair of Built Heritage Subcommittee, Glenn Gower, was going to speak as part of the presentation?
Yeah, I'll have some personal comments, obviously, afterwards about the site plan, but I wanted to try to convey some sense of what was discussed over a 4-hour deliberation on the Chateau Laurier last Monday at our Built Heritage Subcommittee meeting. I hope that our committee members are aware that it was a somewhat unusual procedure for Built Heritage. We do not usually consider site plans. We usually consider items under the Ontario Heritage Act. However, Council's direction was the Built Heritage Subcommittee would be allowed to comment on the site plan and the update to the design from what was in front of Council last year. We heard from many delegations, all of them who were opposed to the current design. We heard captured comments. There's a motion that we introduced, that was introduced to capture comments and allow the members of the committee to submit written comments as well to our committee coordinator. That's what's been shared with all of the committee members, I believe yesterday. So you'll see a summary of the comments there, as well as additional written comments from the committee members. I won't try to distill what was discussed over 4 hours. I think the summary that the committee coordinator prepared did a good job of that. I'll say two general comments that I think were common threads from everyone who made a presentation, all the committee comments rather. One is that the design that's in front of us is more compatible than what was in front of Council a year ago. Committee members would like to see even more compatibility. And the other general theme, I think, was in intuitiveness. Is the compatibility intuitive to the average person? That was a theme that I saw in many of the comments. Now, the committee as well introduced and passed a motion. I dissented. I'll talk about that later today. And the recommendation to this committee was that we refuse the site plan control application. Now, I do want to point out that Built Heritage did not have a procedural or a legislated authority to approve or reject. This is simply their comment and the recommendation to this committee. So I wanted to make sure I was sharing from Built Heritage what that motion was and also the, well, some of the direction behind that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so as usual, we are going to go to our delegations, and then we'll come back for questions, okay? We have 16 delegations at this point, plus the applicant, okay? And so I'm going to lay out the rules, and I'm going to tell you right now that I'm not deviating from them whatsoever, because that would be unfair to the people that live by the rules. And most people that have been here before know that there's a 5-minute rule that applies, and 5 minutes is kept the record of by Ms. Stephanie, and her word is good, and when she says it's 5 minutes, it's 5 minutes. So there is a clock, I think, that you can look at if you're Yeah, just look over your shoulder if you think that you may be running out of time. Our first speaker up today, and remind people that this is a site plan. Vice Chair or Chair of the Built Heritage, Glenn Gower, was speaking to what happened at his committee, but this meeting is about the site plan. Okay, our first speaker is Greer Johnson, or Johnston. Greer, come forward. They take this first chair and push the button, and when the light comes on, the red light comes, there, it's already on, just like magic. Up in the booth, our magician. Thank you for coming out today. You have 5 minutes.
There. Oh, so nervous. Thank you very much for hearing me today. I'm neither an architect nor a design expert. I'm just someone who loves the Chateau Laurier and who wants to see the addition conform to standards that are appropriate to the hotel's location and national heritage status. As I understand it, when the chateau was built, a restrictive design covenant was registered against the property, a sort of design lien that was intended to be held in perpetuity. It was meant to ensure that the elegant beauty of the hotel would always be preserved, so it's surprising to me that that covenant is being ignored. It was established for good reason, and its importance hasn't diminished with the passage of time. I would like to raise 3 points today for your consideration. I'll be as brief as I can. The first is about the importance of preserving public space in the National Capital Region. Major's Hill Park is Ottawa's very first park, formally established as such in 1875. It's a tranquil space in the heart of Ottawa, managed and protected by the National Capital Commission for all Canadians to enjoy. It offers all of us a place to rest, play, and restore our spirits. When I visit Major's Hill Park, what I enjoy most are its beautiful views. The fortress of the Connaught Building, the airy elegance of the National Gallery, the Gothic architecture of Parliament, all complemented by the rugged natural beauty of the canal locks. And for the past 25 years, I've loved this impressive panorama, and I show it to everyone who visits me here. Now I'm worried that it's going to be forever diminished by the jarring sight of illuminated trade show signs and wedding guests doing the chicken dance behind the enormous ballroom windows of the Chateau's proposed addition. Simply put, I don't want to have to see that when I'm enjoying a meditative moment in Major's Hill Park. For me, it would diminish the value of that glorious public space if I have to witness inglorious private spectacles happening at the Chateau. The division between public and private space is important and should be defended. So if the addition is allowed to be built without significant design improvements, I feel the Chateau's private space will infringe unacceptably on the public space that all Canadians should be able to enjoy in Major's Hill Park. My second point concerns building materials. We must require that any construction project built in the heart of the nation's capital use only the finest materials, and that means impressive natural stone, not glass, steel, or poured concrete. Brutalist materials have no place adjacent to Parliament Hill, our magnificently renovated new Senate, or the Connaught Building. These heritage properties are at the very start of Ottawa's Golden Mile, where we have to hold developers to the highest possible standard. As building material, glass is cheap and hides nothing. While it provides great views for the people who are using an event space, the view of them from the other direction is an unappealing distraction, as jarring as a television screen in an elegant restaurant. Ottawa's skyline already has 2 of these unfortunate window box views of private event spaces, the glass cube on the roof of the Westin Hotel and the Shaw Centre, which, although beautifully designed, often uses its glass facade as a vehicle showroom. Having to see party lights in the sky above the Senate building detracts from my view of the Senate building, and I, for one, don't want the view of Major's Hill Park diminished in the same way. I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the development of the Daly building site because I think it provides a good example of government intervening to maintain building standards. When the NCC leased the property to Claridge in the late 90s, the luxury condo tower built on the site had to be finished with majestic limestone, not with man-made stone that Claridge had proposed. The NCC's Design Advisory Committee felt the man-made stone would look fake and would age badly. And so to maintain appropriate standards, after much haggling, the NCC finally stepped in and paid for the limestone at great cost to Canadian taxpayers. While I'm glad they did it, I still believe the cost of the stone should have been borne by the developer as a condition for building the tower. Claridge has made a great deal of money from the daily
1 minute.
condos, precisely because they have fantastic views of the historic stone buildings and monuments in the heart of downtown Ottawa. Those buildings and monuments raised the property value of the daily condos, so why shouldn't the developer have to pay for the stone? They reaped a great financial reward at the taxpayer's expense, and I feel it shouldn't happen again with the chateau. No one enjoys confrontation, but the NCC and this committee can say no to developers. No, you don't get to build until you show us a plan that upholds the design elements and the building materials that are appropriate in the heart of our nation's capital. I realize this committee has already said yes to Larco investments, but it can't be too late to expect better than they've shown us. Please keep on saying no until they meet the appropriate standards. Larco will be able to charge top dollar for events held in the rooms that have exquisite views of Majors Hill Park and the Parliament buildings. So an exquisite addition to Ottawa's beloved castle is the very least we should be asking in return. My final point is a question. Oh, and that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much
I
for
thought you were
hearing
going to
me.
get it in, honestly.
I did too.
You just kind of like,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Question for you from Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnston, for your presentation. You said something at the very beginning that had our staff shaking their heads no, and that is about a covenant on the property with respect to future use. Can you just expand on that thought, because I didn't catch the...
A restrictive design covenant, from what I understand from a friend of mine who has resigned from the NCC, the property, when it was built, had a restrictive design covenant applied to the property to be held in perpetuity by the Queen of England and exercised in Canada by the agency that is now Public Works. So I have no more detail than that. I'm going by what my former NCC colleague has told me.
Madam Chair, would you just allow me to ask staff to
Yes, because
address that?
they will have a comment on that, I know.
Thank
Which
you.
one of you, thank you very much. Who's going to answer that? Or Ms. Snedden can answer if you don't want to.
We have not seen this restrictive design covenant, but in other examples that I'm familiar with, they become stale unless they're continued.
And Madam Chair, perhaps legal could, oh, sorry, Ms. Snedden.
Madam Chair, my understanding is that design covenant has been on for over 40 years now. That is correct. Madam Chair, my understanding is that design covenant has not been in place in well over 40 years now.
You are now shaking your heads, yes?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Mr. Mark?
Madam Chair, I have no knowledge of this covenant whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next speaker up is Mr. Peter Kaufman. And we do have your submission on file. Thank you very much for sending that in.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Kaufman. I'm an architectural historian. I'm supervisor of the History and Theory of Architecture program at Carleton University, and I'm past president of the Society for the Study of Architecture in Canada. And I want to thank you, Chair Harder and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you today. What I want to talk to you about today is the vexed issue of compatibility, which possibly haunts your nightmares by now. The word compatibility has been at the center of this discussion all along. The standards and guidelines say that the addition to the Chateau Laurier must be compatible. City Council asked last year that the design be made more compatible. My concern is that the term might seem a bit woolly and subjective, but compatibility is not merely in the eye of the beholder. There are coherent principles behind it, there are ways to achieve it, and there are very specific reasons why it has not been achieved here. Excuse me. The most obvious way to make an addition compatible with a historic building is to make that addition look more or less like the original building. There are many shades of gray to this, ranging from exact copying to loose paraphrasing. But here on the screen is the Chateau Laurier, and there's the addition. And I think we can all agree that the architect has not tried to achieve compatibility by making the two look alike. That's fine. That's not the only road to compatibility. If you don't want to reproduce the forms of the historic building, you can still connect to its ethos or spirit or its underlying principles. By that I mean not the features of the building, but the qualities that make the building what it is. That is precisely what Arthur Erickson did at the Bank of Canada. He was adding to a classical building, one based on the styles of ancient Greece and Rome. He had no interest at all in reproducing the forms of classicism. Instead, he looked under the hood of classicism to see what made it tick. And he absorbed the principles that underlie classical design, principles like order, balance, symmetry, moderation, proportionality, rationality, repose, and I could go on for hours. He decided to adopt these principles, but express them in the architectural language of his own time. The result is far from seamless, but it is compatible. Erickson's edition does not have the body of classicism, but it has its soul, and that's why it works. If we look at the chateau style, its body consists of things like turrets, gables, and other castle-like features. But let's dig deeper and consider some of the essential qualities of the style rather than simply what it looks like. This kind of architecture is an invitation to dream. Words that come to mind are romance, luxury, fantasy, wonder, imagination, playfulness. But if you place those words next to the proposed addition, the result is frankly grotesque. In place of romance and playfulness, we have straight lines, right angles, and mathematical precision. The chateau is fire. The addition is water. The two are locked in a struggle to cancel each other out. Ottawans have intuitively understood this, thus the wave of resistance that you've encountered from your constituents. The architect has tried mightily to retrofit compatibility onto the design by tweaking surface features. That won't work. Compatibility must be a fundamental guiding principle of a design from the start. It doesn't work as an add-on or as an afterthought. That's why I and others have been critical of every version of the design. It's not that we'll never be satisfied, it's that every new design has repeated the same fundamental mistake. As Dr. John Goodall, architectural editor of Country Life magazine in the UK, said in that magazine, quote, "They did nothing substantive to alter the fundamental problem with the design, that it's a box designed with complete indifference to its architectural context and visually sensitive location," unquote. What you see here is one of the great vistas of the country, a Canadian equivalent to what's known in France as les grands sites, or great sites. These are places where exceptional natural beauty meets human genius and the two sing in harmony. I implore you to respect the beauty, integrity, harmony, and importance of this site and not allow any addition that will diminish it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just remind everyone, which I tried to do at the beginning after Councillor Gower spoke about the Built Heritage Committee, this meeting is a site plan meeting. So if you have aspects that you'd like to address on site plan, that would be very helpful for us, because that's what we're considering today, is the site plan of 1 Rideau Street, which is the Chateau Laurier.
Staff included architectural features in their presentation.
Yeah.
So I think they're fair game.
This is the site plan.
Yeah, and staff should include the architecture in the presentation.
And this is a site plan, Councillor Blais, period. Okay, Honourable David Collinette, please. Thank you. I'm talking to her, I said. Thank you, it's enough. Mr. Collinette, thank you. Honourable David Collinette, nice to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very happy to speak on this matter, which is just not a normal planning issue that falls under your mandate, but one that has national significance. The parliamentary precinct may be in the city of Ottawa, but it belongs to all Canadians. As an Ottawa homeowner for nearly 40 years and a former member of Parliament, I appreciate the Chateau Laurier's importance in the political life of our nation. Its architectural beauty is reflective of the best French Gothic Revival style that complements the Parliament buildings. The various drawings from the current owner of the Chateau Laurier on the proposal before you completely misses the mark in my view and must be rejected. Public concern was expressed when changes and renovations were made over the years, but never to the extent that we are seeing today. These past changes altered the hotel's footprint slightly, but in a way that respected the integrity of the Chateau's architecture. The Government of Canada, through Canadian National Railways, owned the building during these earlier changes and designated the Chateau as a National Historic Site in 1980. Any changes to the building must be carefully considered so that the heritage integrity of the hotel is not compromised. I certainly feel the design for the current proposal is a travesty which vandalizes a National Historic Site, but I shall leave it to others who are more qualified than me to address heritage issues in architectural form. I want to discuss more on process and a possible solution if compromise on design is not forthcoming. Larco Investments' proposal to demolish the existing parking garage and build an addition for more hotel rooms is not an unreasonable request given the deterioration of the garage. What is at issue is the design of the new addition that must uphold Parks Canada's mandate over National Historic Sites. Unfortunately, Parks Canada does not own or operate the Chateau Laurier. I'm not a lawyer, but it does seem unclear as to whether or not Parks Canada has any jurisdiction to enforce its mandate over this historic site. This leads us to another statute that protects the hotel's historical integrity, referred to by staff this morning, the Ontario Heritage Act. Your committee, in its 2018 decision to approve the demolition of the parking lot, clearly felt the Larco proposal was outside of the scope of the Act. In fact, the committee chair at the time, Councillor Toby Nussbaum, confirmed this by declaring, quote, that it's not a heritage parking garage. It was built in the late 60s and it doesn't have any heritage value. So from the perspective of this committee, there was no reason not to approve it, unquote. The question arises, upon what authority did the chair make that declaration? Was that considered advice from city staff and legal counsel? Did Parks Canada agree with that assessment? Was that the advice received from the Ontario Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport? Or was it solely his own opinion? It's interesting to note that Mr. Nussbaum is now chair of the National Capital Commission. Despite the NCC's mandate, the NCC appears to believe it has no role or authority over the Chateau proposal that abuts the NCC's Major Hills Park and the former railway right-of-way under the Chateau Laurier Terrace, which I understand it leases to the Chateau. What we have is a catch-22 situation, a legislative gap where two heritage statutes, one federal, one provincial, Parks Canada, the Ontario government, and the NCC all have mandates over or around the hotel, but somehow the former garage lands are outside of their scope. So how do we move the file forward? My wife Penny, who is a lawyer, is here today and has written on this subject, suggests that a direct appeal be made to the owners of Larco. Although Larco is a privately held company, family-controlled businesses tend to hold themselves to higher standards of community stewardship. In fact, this family have reportedly made philanthropic gifts in Vancouver, and one would hope they would not want to sully their own good name to be a party to a desecration of a National Historic Site. However, unless the owner agrees to bring forward a more historically sympathetic design, and credit must be given for trying to make changes despite their unacceptability, then I think we all need to reflect on what action has to be taken to safeguard the heritage of the Chateau Laurier building and land. If dialogue with Larco fails and the Council decides to accept this flawed proposal, then I suspect opponents would take the matter to the local appeal planning tribunal. Another option for the garage lands would be expropriation by the Government of Canada. The danger for Larco in this scenario is prolonged litigation, and the federal government could ultimately decide to build and operate a new underground garage, but deed the lands to the NCC as an extension to Major Hills Park in perpetuity. This will be wonderful for the general public, but would not achieve Larco's goal of expanding the hotel. I respectfully believe that this committee should today defer approval on the Chateau Garage proposal and recommend to City Council that the Mayor be empowered to immediately begin discussions with Larco to ask for another architectural rendering that is in keeping with the heritage of this very valuable national site. Given the potential of appeal of any council approval for this project to the LAPT and/or the ultimate possibility of expropriation by the Government of Canada, one would hope an accommodation could be received.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Just one thing that you mentioned about the heritage, about the opinion that, or the statement that the previous chair, Toby Nussbaum, made about the garage and its heritage. We're trying to get a determination of that, whether it was just his opinion, which you suggested maybe. Dana, do you have that information?
Yes, the demolition of the garage did have to go through a heritage process, and so it went through.
Can you say it louder, please?
Sorry, the demolition of the parking garage did have to go through a heritage process.
It did go through a heritage process. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for the Honourable David Collinet? Thank you, sir, for coming out.
Thank you.
And good luck on your trip today. Christina Cameron. Christine, are you here? Oh. I didn't read the part that says statement to be read by Robert Morrow. So, Mr. Morrow, you're going to read a statement on behalf of Christina Cameron. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good morning, my name is Robert Moreau. I am a member of Heritage Ottawa, and I'm here today to read a letter on behalf of Christina Cameron. Dr. Cameron was the former Director General of National Historic Sites at Parks Canada, also the Canada Research Chair of Built Heritage at the University of Montreal. From 1990 to 2008, she worked at the UNESCO World Heritage Committee and was twice elected as its chairperson. Unfortunately, she cannot be here today. My views have been shaped through 50 years' experience in the field of heritage conservation as Director General of National Historic Sites and the other elements that I just stated. Many concerned citizens and organizations have made a convincing case that the proposed addition to the Château Laurier does not meet Standard 11 in the Standards and Guidelines for the Conservation of Historic Places in Canada, which requires a new addition to be compatible with, subordinate, and distinguishable from the historic place. While the proposed addition to the Château Laurier is obviously distinguishable from the original, the design is not compatible with nor subordinate to the historic building and its setting. My intervention is focused specifically on the protection of important views. The proposed addition is situated in a significant cultural landscape in the heart of Canada's national capital, the landscape nationally known and recognized as part of our national identity. The proposed addition blocks views to and from the historic Château Laurier and obscures rather than enhances the relationship between the park and historic building. As seen from the canal, it also blocks the north facade of the hotel and diminishes rather than complements the picturesque historic hotel. When the Rideau Canal was designated as a World Heritage Site in 2007, UNESCO's World Heritage Committee and its technical advisory body, the International Council of Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, raised concerns about the narrow buffer zone along the canal that did not protect the wider setting. While ICOMOS agreed that the boundaries of the nominated property were adequate to protect the structure of the canal itself, the advisory body called for the clearer definition of the visual setting beyond the buffer zone of the canal and appropriate measures to ensure the protection. That the protection of views is an important international issue is demonstrated by decisions of the World Heritage Committee. Two examples make the point. In the first example, the committee opposed the proposal for a tall building on the edge of St. Petersburg, a World Heritage Site, leading eventually to the withdrawal of the project in the location by the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. In the second example, the committee opposed the construction of a major bridge in the Elbe Valley World Heritage Site in Dresden, Germany. In this instance, the German government refused to withdraw the project, and the committee, the World Heritage Committee, delisted the site from the UNESCO World Heritage list. I urge the Planning Committee to reject the 5th iteration of the Chateau Laurier edition in its entirety. I would also encourage the proponent, Arco Investments, to withdraw the current proposal because of its negative impact on the setting and its lack of community support. I am confident that a completely new design can be developed that respects the architecture, the setting, and the viewscapes of this iconic cultural landscape. I urge Mayor Watson and the city councilors to stand firm in demanding a project that will be valued by our own and future generation. Signed, Dr. Christina Cameron, Canada Research Chair in Built Heritage.
Thank you very much for reading that submission from Christina Cameron. Mr. Moreau, thank you very much. Next up is David Fleming. He's the co-chair of Heritage Ottawa Advocacy Committee. And thank you for sending your submission in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am David Fleming, and I'm co-chair of the Advocacy Committee and a former president of Heritage Ottawa for 9 years. I have over 50 years of professional and personal experience in the heritage field as an historian, museum curator and director, and as a consultant, and have served on the boards and committees of a dozen regional, national, and international heritage-related organizations. Over these 50 years, I cannot ever remember a heritage advocacy issue that has so engaged and enraged the general public. My remarks today are going to mainly involve process and how it relates to achieving a positive outcome for the citizens of Ottawa and the people of Canada. Others will provide cogent reasons why you should not accept the recommendations in the staff report, and how the city can help achieve a more compatible design for the proposed addition to the Chateau Laurier Hotel. The position of Heritage Ottawa has been consistent since we first commented on the initial LARCO proposal in November 2016. Here's an excerpt from these remarks. Quote, "The current design proposal does not complement the heritage character of the Chateau Laurier and its environs. Bluntly stated, the proposed addition resembles a contemporary condominium. Located elsewhere, the proposed design might be appropriate for a freestanding residential building. Its adoption would forever compromise iconic views of Canada's capital. Any proposed addition to the Chateau Laurier must be considered one of the most important heritage applications to come before this session of Ottawa City Council." That was the last session. "And stands to be perhaps the most important heritage application in Ottawa of this generation." Unquote. These thoughts are as appropriate now as they were 2.5 years ago. In your consideration of this matter, I urge you not to be distracted by process. The city's legal advisors ruled that the Built Heritage Subcommittee motion of June 3rd was out of order. In spite of this, the subcommittee chair allowed a motion which was adopted almost unanimously. The process may have been wrong, but the message is very, very clear. Part of this challenge arises out of Council's decision of June 27, 2018, to delegate site plan approval to a subsequent meeting of Planning Committee, thus delaying consideration of the matter until after last October's election. Councillor Gower likened this to a, quote, poison gift, unquote, which gave the proponent a very low bar to meet. An attempt to have this matter considered by Council yesterday also ran afoul of procedure. Despite this, you have the advantage of receiving feedback about this matter, not only from many experts in the field of heritage and architectural conservation, but from the voters as well. Since the 5th design was unveiled by the city on May 23rd, Heritage Ottawa alone has received over 16,000 engagements on its Facebook page in response to articles that we have posted on this matter, the vast majority of which opposed the current design proposal. Among the correspondence that you have received are 2 letters from Phyllis Lambert, dated June 20th, 2018, and June 2nd, 2019. Ms. Lambert, besides being an accomplished architect and founder of the Canadian Centre for Architecture, is an acknowledged expert in both modern architecture and cultural landscapes. She is also a companion of the Order of Canada. Most recently, she was an advisor to the federal government on the latest addition and renovations to the Bank of Canada building. Her request is one that is echoed by Heritage Ottawa and many others. I shall end my remarks with hers. Quote, I ask you not to allow an addition to the Chateau Laurier that downgrades and undermines the integrity and value of this national landmark and of the great Canadian cultural landscape of which the Chateau Laurier is an integral part. Our Parliament buildings, Majors Hill Park, the National War Memorial, the Ottawa River, the Rideau Canal, and the National Gallery of Canada. I ask that the current proposal be rejected. End quote. Thank you for your attention, and good luck to you in your deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Fleming? Thank you very much. Next up, we have David Jeans. David? Followed by Leslie Maitland.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking today as an individual. I've studied the architecture of the Chateau Laurier for many years at the Canadian Centre for Architecture, McGill University's Canadian Architecture Collection, and the Royal Institute of British Architects, among other archives, and through many books and university theses about the Chateau and Canada's other grand hotels. My heritage credentials come from experience as a Heritage Ottawa board member for 17 years and president for the past 4 years. I'm now past president. I gave a lecture on the Chateau's centenary in 2012 and have included it on many walking tours for Heritage Ottawa and Jane's Walk. I contributed to a TV documentary about hidden aspects of the Chateau, including the water tank in its corner tower and the tunnel to the former Union Station. My two main points are, first, that governments have not shied away from involvement in the development of this iconic site, and second, that successive architects have met the test of compatibility with earlier designs. Council did delegate to this committee the final decision on whether the three heritage conditions had been met. In 1909, Sir Wilfrid Laurier brokered a dispute between the presidents of the two railways. City Council made limestone cladding of the park facade a condition of the building permit. The National Capital Commission still owns and has developed the Canal Side Terrace, part of which is leased to the hotel. And the Federal Cabinet in 1966 gave part of Majors Hill Park for car parking in compensation for loss of railway access to the hotel. Architects over the years have respected the original concept. Ross and McFarlane's team of mostly Scottish-trained architects designed within the building envelope planned by American architect Bradford Lee Gilbert. Archibald and Schofield's 1929 Mackenzie wing respected the style of the Chateau's corner pavilions, circular tower, windows, roofline, and decorative elements, while adding a large square tower as a dominant central feature. So compatibility, but also change. The 1969 parking garage respected the materials and style of the Chateau, including its canal side arcade. More recently, in 2000, architects for ARCOP proposed an addition that copied the pavilions and roof style of the original building, adding a third circular tower to match the existing towers, though this approved development was not completed. The Chateau Laurier was a cornerstone in planning the capital, an element of Sir Wilfrid Laurier's Washington of the North, which he announced in 1895 to beautify the capital, and of his 1904 railway policy to construct a new transcontinental railway. Building on Majors Hill Park was a controversial matter at the time, so the Grand Trunk Railway funded Laurier's Ottawa Improvement Commission, precursor of the Federal District Commission and National Capital Commission, to create driveways and parks around the capital. The 1915 Holt Commission, including leading Canadian architect Frank Darling, recommended the Chateau's style for government buildings across Canada, including the 1927 Confederation Building, Quebec Post Office, and even elements of the 1916 reconstruction of Parliament. With interventions by Mackenzie King, who was Deputy Minister of Labour when the Chateau was built and Prime Minister when it was enlarged in the 1920s, it also influenced the roof style of such buildings as the Bank of Canada, the Central Post Office, and the Supreme Court. The Chateau Laurier has influenced hotel styles across the country, though not the first Chateau-style hotel in Canada. Its architects created Chateau hotels at the Fort Garry in Winnipeg, the Macdonald in Edmonton, and the Chateau Apartments in Montreal. The 1929 architects also created Chateau-style hotels afterwards at the Manoir Richelieu in Charlevoix, Quebec, the Bespre in Saskatoon, and the Hotel Vancouver. In conclusion, I want to say that governments and government agencies have always been closely involved in the planning and development of this hotel, which is a National Historic Site and is designated by the city under the Ontario Heritage Act. Although the heritage matters have already been considered, as I said, Council did delegate to this committee the final decision on whether the conditions previously set have actually been met. Successive architects have respected the need for compatibility with the original building and for the importance of its location at the edge of Ottawa's oldest public park, along Confederation Boulevard, beside and part of the designated views of the Rideau Canal World Heritage Site, and as an element of the Confederation Square National Historic Site. Governments and government agencies and the owner and architect should be working together for a more compatible result than is before you today. And I will submit this presentation to the committee coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. James has some comments to make. Councillor Gower was going to, is that what you were going to ask?
We're big on procedure here. I think we should be clear on what council did or did not allow this committee, give this committee the ability to do in relation to the conditions that Mr. Jeans mentioned.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, there are two processes, I guess, that are running parallel but hand in hand. And the first one was the heritage approval process. What Council did was they gave a conditional approval to the heritage with the design of the building about a year ago, I think it was last July, that they could have a rectangular building that met three conditions. Now, working staff and working with the applicant over the past year, and that approval was delegated back to staff from City Council. So it was the staff, in working with the applicant, went through those three conditions, and we felt that those three conditions were satisfied as part of that heritage application. And that heritage approval has been given. Now, with respect to the site plan, what the site plan does is it takes what was approved through that heritage process, and we approve what the planning committee will do is approve the elevations to implement what was approved through the heritage process. Now, those elevations, and the site plan is part of applicable law when you go for a building permit, so we take what was approved through the heritage process, we put them into the site plan, and when they go for the building permit, it makes sure that they are following what is approved in the site plan and ultimately approved through the heritage process. But the design and the heritage approval has already been given. Site plan is just taking that and basically asking committee to approve that along with all the other conditions like geotechnical or wind study or site plan with public realm.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Jeans? Thank you, Mr. Jeans. Next up is Leslie Maitland. I just wanted to say to Councillor Blais that you were right, because we're not going to be able to unwind or untwist these two coming up in every question that's asked or comment. So thank you. Well, there you are, Leslie.
A pleasure to see you, Councillor.
Very nice to see you.
Chair Harder, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you, and very pleased to see this committee in the new term of council. So thank you very much. Just to give a little background, I've worked as an architectural historian and heritage conservation expert for over 40 years, 30 years with Parks Canada, where I was involved in the designation of over 60 National Historic Sites, including the Confederation Square National Historic Site, of which the Chateau Laurier is a component, as well as the Government Conference Centre, on which I wrote a Federal Heritage Building Review report, which led to its classification, and as you know, it is now the Senate of Canada. And after my career in Parks Canada, I worked for 12 years in the private sector and in the not-for-profit sector, and I'm a former president of Heritage Ottawa. So our assertion is that the current design still does not meet the measure of compatibility that is laid out in Standard 11, which looks for 3 requirements, and these are subordination, distinguishable, and compatible. We're not looking for 2 out of 3. We're looking for 3 out of 3. So we've had presentations saying why the current one is not compatible, but I'd like to demystify this a little bit and look at a few examples of compatible additions. 3 examples of compatible additions to heritage properties and 3 examples of compatible additions to historical contexts. So, and I've purposely chosen familiar ones so that you can look at them and say, oh yeah, I know that building. I walk past it every day. There we go. One of my favorites, the Lord Elgin. The new additions are to the left and the right, which were put on in 2004 to the original 1941 building. You can see it works very well, compatibility. These additions have the materials, the heights, setbacks, and the rhythm of windows and walls help the building be subordinate and distinguishable, but at the same time, a contemporary design. You have no problem looking at this and realizing which are the new additions. The Manoir Richelieu, built in 1929 by architect Archibald, and in addition, the original part is on the left, as you can clearly see, and the 1999 edition on the right by 49 Architecture. Again, easily distinguishable, subordinate, but clearly a contemporary design. And its success rests in the use of materials, the stretches of blank stone wall, and the rhythm of windows, but clearly a contemporary design. Also, the Bank of Canada, I won't dwell on this one because Dr. Kaufman has spoken to it far more eloquently than I could. To my second point, the Chateau Laurier needs to fit into its historical context, into Canada's most iconic landscape, and I think we in Ottawa can very proudly say that it is the most beautiful landscape east of the Rockies, is it not? So it needs to fit in with the Parliamentary Precinct, Sussex Drive, and the Confederation Square National Historic Site of Canada, of which it is a component. So here's an example of a neighboring building that does very well at fitting in with its historic neighbors, 700 Sussex. The chateau in the background, and across the street, which you can't quite see, the Government of Canada Conference Centre, now the new Senate. And this building works because it picks up on the rhythm of the windows, its height is accessible, it does not dominate either of its neighbors, and it uses expanses of flat limestone, which our first speaker spoke about so eloquently. And yet it is a contemporary design. Here's the Sussex Street elevation of the U.S. Embassy, which picks up on the materials of the market and the rhythm of the windows. And finally, a little out of town, the building in the center is the Hotel Vancouver, and to the right is the Cathedral Place. Can you please forward that? Thank you. If you'll excuse the delay, this is an example of a compatible modern building which respects its neighbors, the Hotel Vancouver, which I believe is a Larco property.
Thank you, Ms. Maitland. For the life of me, I don't understand why the Lord Elgin was never was never designated. Anybody have any comments on that? Wasn't part of a heritage overlay even, it's remarkable.
Clearly an oversight which can be corrected.
But my point is they didn't have to go through the process of a heritage process for an application.
In fact, the National Capital Commission holds a covenant on it, and they did require that they get site plan review.
Anybody else have any comments on that? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks,
Thank you.
Ms. Maitland. Andrew Waldron, followed by Chris Weeb.
Okay.
Welcome. Your mic's already on. Whenever you're ready to go.
Right, thank you. My name is Andrew Waldron. I'm a heritage conservationist, architectural historian. I'm the former manager of the Federal Heritage Buildings Review Office. I'm the former Canadian registrar. I'm the author of the book Exploring the Capitals. So I have a little passion to this issue. Fellow citizens and committee members, I'd rather not be here, and yet I need to state again that the proposed design remains incompatible and has not met Council's motion from last year, and that this committee should not vote in favor of the site plan application until all requirements have been met. Many experts, including myself, have presented very clear arguments as to why the addition does not meet the threshold for final site plan approval. The theme has consistently been about how negative the design's compatibility is with the existing chateau. The hope of allowing the permit was to offer the owners a chance to do the right thing. They will now say, legally, we have. Hand us our building permit, please. And yet national experts, prominent media, Ottawa and Canadian citizens oppose the design, a majority of opinion. But opinion based on knowledge and ethically grounded. There's no silent majority in favor of the design, only self-interested minority. So, the addition comes down to a legal position by the owners who believe they have met the requirements despite a poor design. Glenn Gower stated that Council's direction has been met, albeit at the lowest bar. He also stated the Chateau Laurier remains a privately owned building, and the owners have every right to pick their own architectural style. Gower's logic means that anyone can build, say, a monster home beside your house, a massive warehouse beside a park in Barrhaven. Private interests here trump collective ones, despite layers of protection on this hallowed place. I think for every one of you voting in favor of this motion, consider how you would fight for your own backyard, yet here, it is our national backyard. You will allow a tragedy if you vote in favor of this. Gower, I think, is incorrect. I think it's not on legal grounds.
Councillor Gower is not here, so I don't know where he is, but I really am uncomfortable with you personally attacking.
Oh, I'm not attacking.
If you want, and we've stopped the clock, so I'm not taking time away. Just perhaps you could just say, it's been said.
It's been said.
Okay?
Okay.
And we'll know what you're talking about, but I would prefer that you did not do that to somebody who's not in the room.
Okay, I have quoted him, so verbatim from his own publications. But so Standard 11 was actually drafted to relate to contemporary additions for the continued use of a historic place. For instance, a compatible elevator for accessibility. A small addition for other modern services, but now it has come to include all additions to all historic sites. I believe we are losing the ethical concept, unlike in England or the United States, that major historic buildings and places should not be dramatically altered. This concept is lost on the developer and the architects. I have conveyed time and time again the meaning of this cultural landscape, the cohesive vision of Ottawa's core, and what makes this place unique in the world. I hear off the record from architects, from senior executives in the federal government, and from business leaders in our community who oppose the design. Yet, this wealthy private landowner in Ottawa will again have its way if you vote in favor of this motion. It is obvious to everyone in Canada that the Chateau Laurier is actually a public place, despite it being on severed piece of donated land for private development. I have seen rational leadership in France, just recently by the Senate, for their motion to restore Notre Dame. Their fantasy additions were dismissed. For those already deciding to vote in favor of this motion, please be generous. Give the developer more time to achieve a great addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Question, Councillor Chiarelli.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you aware that at the Built Heritage Subcommittee last week, the developer was asked whether he would modify the project if asked, and he said no.
Yeah.
So I don't know on what basis would you be saying that the developer may modify the project?
Well, I'm asking you for your leadership to encourage that, to reject this motion and come back and encourage them to redesign
Well,
the
that's the
addition.
second thing. In your presentation, I heard nothing about site plan. And this is a site plan question. So we can only vote based on the site plan.
Right.
We're not voting based on the design and whether we like the look of it, which I don't. Had council passed a motion yesterday to reopen the issue, we could have done that. But what is it about site plan that you like or dislike?
Well, I mean, we can discuss the elevations itself, the massing of the building on the site, the extension over Mackenzie Avenue, the relationship to Major Sill Park, the relationship to the escarpment on Rideau Canal. All of these are incompatible on the site to the cultural landscape of the place.
On the relationship to the park, are you aware that Parks Canada disagrees with you on that?
Excuse me, it disagrees with me?
Yes.
I haven't read Parks Canada's material.
They've just approved this going forward.
Right. I think there's a motion being put into UNESCO also for review of this. I think it has been submitted to the World Heritage Center for discussion.
Maybe some people are aware of that, but we're not.
Oh, you're not?
Maybe some people in the room are, but I don't think staff is aware of that. I don't think the chair of Built Heritage is aware of that. I don't think the manager of the department is, or...
Okay.
I'm just looking around, and we're surprised to hear that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I see no other questions. Chris Wiebe is here next, followed by Thomas D'Aquino. Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes. Do you have a presentation or anything, or just...
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to get my thing going.
Nothing on the...
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and the committee, and thanks for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Chris Wiebe, and I'm the Manager of Heritage Policy and Public Programs at the National Trust for Canada. And we're a national membership-based charity that has helped Canadians protect and revitalize historic places since 1973. Over the past 3 years, the National Trust has watched the debate over the Chateau Laurier's proposed additions unfold with keen interest and guarded optimism. Unlike so many other endangered places in Canada, the Chateau Laurier project had everything in its favor. An owner willing to invest in its historic building, a design team that included conservation expertise, a review process that involved multiple levels of government, and a heritage community that tenaciously advocated for compatible solutions. Yet somehow, after years of dedicated effort and no will on the part of any one party, the final designs for the addition still do not meet the expectations of the broad community, one that cares about this nationally significant landscape. Many members of the public and leading experts in balancing heritage conservation and contemporary design agree that this is more than just a missed opportunity to do better, and that the current design for the Chateau Laurier addition, if executed, will negatively affect this historic landscape into the future. Historic places in every corner of Canada are facing development pressures, but don't usually receive this kind of attention and public outcry that the Chateau Laurier proposal has generated, and the results are too often disheartening. Let me contextualize. Let's admit it. The character of our cities and towns is at the mercy of a deeply flawed system for managing change in our communities. Too many design professionals are still not adequately equipped to successfully balance the heritage values of a place within their contemporary designs. And the patchwork of existing municipal heritage incentive programs and differing designation legislations are inadequate on their own to influence the overall context in which changes are made in our historic built environment. Heritage advocates understand and support the need to allow urban and rural areas to continue to evolve. The vitality of our communities and the heritage buildings of the future depend upon it. And while compatible contemporary designs in historic contexts will always be controversial for some, collaborative design, informed by respectful debate, can achieve remarkable results. Every year across Canada, these successes are highlighted in professional, governmental, and NGO award programs. It can be done. So the exhaustion is palpable on all sides of this debate, and many stakeholders feel painted into a corner, unable to see a way forward. But to shrug our collective shoulders and move on would be truly unfortunate for such a high-profile project in such a significant setting in the heart of the nation's capital. We understand the appeals to press pause on the project have been made to the highest levels, to the owners of the Chateau Laurier without success. We strongly encourage the Planning Committee and other councillors to take a leadership role, and at this 11th hour, you are the best hope for a better outcome. But what do we really, what do we really mean concretely? What are we recommending here? To be frank, we believe a better outcome is possible. And someone has to make the first step, and the city, the planning committee that is in a position to show leadership and do that. Rather than accepting or rejecting the site plan, you can show leadership by seizing another choice, deferring it. This will send a very strong signal to all players that there's still more work to be done. The National Trust has seen other contentious 11th hour cases in the past where mediated third-party intervention has brought good results. With the Chateau Laurier, there have been publicly stated positions that make it difficult to negotiate further in a public forum. Stakeholders would need to come forward to any kind of third-party intervention with very open minds. There's still the opportunity, and it is worth the final effort, and we hope that Planning Committee realizes they are in the driver's seat with their ability to defer, and that the sheer volume of Ottawa residents that have voiced their displeasure at the current design show that the effort will be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Question first from Councillor Shirelli for you.
Just what you said, that you talked about us being at the 11th hour. I'm wondering if you realize that a planning application like this, the applicant has the right to get a decision within 60 days. So the 11th hour would be 59 days and 11 o'clock. But this one has actually gone on for 370 days. So we're well past the 11th hour. We have an applicant that wants to move forward and is well past the 60 days required to participate in the process. And he or they have submitted an application that deals with site plan. And so today, we're dealing with site plan on a project that the applicant could just walk away and go straight to LPAT and likely win. So are you aware that that's the time constraint? It's not whether anyone's willing to deal at an 11th hour. It's the 370 days.
That's a great point, and I think that the owners and proponents of this proposal have shown tremendous patience. And I think it's an opportunity. I think it shows, it communicates the fact that they understand that this is a public space, a design that's going to have a large impact on Ottawa. And I think there would be the opportunity in their eyes to continue the discussion. I know that they have shown patience, but I think it actually just shows that they have the ability to continue that.
But are you aware, Built Heritage Subcommittee, the owner actually said they are not willing to discuss this any further?
Well, I think that's an example of where the public negotiation phase needs to transition to something else to get to a different and perhaps better place.
But then they have the right to just go straight to appeal right now.
They could do that, but I'm wondering about the optics of that would not be on an already very contentious project. I would think that they would be hesitant to go that route and to draw more attention to the challenges around this design. I think they would. I would think they would welcome the opportunity to get this to a better place and to bring the public along and the city council along behind them, quite frankly.
Thank you, sir. Just hang on, because Councillor Leeper has a question for you, but before that, Councillor Blais has a question of Mr. Mark.
Yeah, I think my questions were in the same vein as Councillor Shirelli's, but just to our legal team. Mr. Mark, can you confirm that the applicant is capable of going to LPAT? Is it LPAT or is it OMB?
Madam Chair, to answer the second question first, the process for site plans never changed under Bill 139. It was the same process that was under the OMB, continued when the name changed to Local Planning and Appeal Tribunal for site plans. Yes, Councillor?
I was just going to say, and that we've reached our deadline?
The deadline was, it was available to the applicant to appeal this to the Ontario Municipal Board as of March 2017.
800 and some days ago.
And when applicants bring something to the board as a result of a non-decision, what is typically their success rate?
Whether it's a non-decision or a refusal or an approval being appealed doesn't affect whether or not an applicant's going to succeed. What's going to affect whether or not an applicant is going to succeed is the particular facts of this case, the information that's come in, and the opinion that's given by staff. Given that staff have provided their professional advice that the applicant has met what it needs to meet to get site plan approval, they would stand a reasonable chance of success before LPAT, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, question?
Thanks, Chair. Chris, one of the preconditions of even proceeding with today's vote is that the applicant would have met the conditions that were set out by council for getting the heritage permit. Do you agree that the conditions that were in the heritage permit were in fact met? There were several different conditions with respect to breaking up the massing, a more compatible fenestration pattern. Do you consider that those have been met, and if not, why?
I would say that there has been a general consensus that they have not been met to this point in terms of the impact on the historic building, and that more work could be done to make them more compatible and more acceptable in the broader field of expert opinion. So I think there's still, I think in terms of the conditions that were set out, there are certain conditions that may have been met, but there is more work to be done.
Okay, so it's surprising to me that we are taking this vote on site plan today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thomas Taquino, followed by Paul Weber. And before you start, I just want to welcome, sir. Councillor Leeper has a motion with a whole bunch of whereases and a bunch of therefores as well. So I think that rather than you read it now, we will proceed, but I'd like to put up on the screen. Our screen's working now? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Committee of City Council. My name is Thomas Taquino, and I extend my thanks to you for agreeing to hear my views on the 5th iteration of the proposed addition to the historic and iconic Chateau Laurier Hotel. Now, my interest in the vital subject before you is rooted in a deep attachment to this fine city where I've lived with my wife Susan for almost half a century. I've been engaged in business leadership roles nationally and internationally for over 30 years, while always choosing to maintain corporate headquarters in this city, the city of my choice. And I have a deep interest in architecture. My residence in the heritage village of Rockcliffe Park, known as Massey House, was recognized as a National Historic Site at a ceremony conducted by the Government of Canada just this past Sunday. Built in 1959, it is an architectural gem that my wife and I have carefully preserved and restored. We might have wanted to do all sorts of things with it, but it was meticulously restored, and that's why it was designated as a National Historic Site. We also once owned an early 18th century house in Old Montreal, built in about 1710. We also meticulously restored that house while we had the opportunity to build all sorts of additions to it if we wanted to. We're veterans in the heritage domain, both ancient and modern, who have always put heritage before the lure of financial gain. And here in Ottawa, we also own a property at 700 Sussex that looks out at the marvelous Chateau Laurier. And as was pointed out earlier, there is a modernist structure where a decision was made, not by the builder, but thankfully by the NCC, to face that building in the same stone as the Chateau Laurier. And that is why when you look at it, you see a modernist structure attached to an older structure, near an older structure, and it looks well. Now, you've heard from many of our fellow citizens. I think Peter Kaufman at Carleton University, the Honorable David Collinette, Heritage Ottawa, that got 16,000 engagements on this issue. The vast majority of them, we are told, were in opposition to what we're looking at. And also internationally recognized experts such as Dr. Phyllis Lambert. And these have been powerful and compelling reasons for opposing the proposal that you have before you now, submitted by Larco Investments. Of all these great experts, let me just choose a quotation from one. I know her well, and I think you all do, and that is from Christina Cameron, who is really one of the world's most renowned heritage experts. She says, and I quote, "The addition does not meet Standard 11 in the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, which requires a new addition to be compatible with, subordinate to, and distinguishable from the historic place. And while the proposed addition is obviously distinguishable from the original, the design is not compatible with nor subordinate to the historic building and its setting." Now, let me be clear, Madam Chair. I'm not against change, nor am I against the evolution of architecture, far from it. For example, I strongly endorse the recent additions to the National Arts Centre. Magnificently done, magnificently done. The Bank of Canada was mentioned. The Lord Elgin was mentioned. Going further afar, it was also shown to you how another historic hotel, the Manoir Richelieu in the Charlevoix region, was added to in a very tasteful way. These things can be done. The Cathedral Place in Vancouver, yet another example. Now, the proposed addition, in my view, would impose an unsightly incursion into the most historically significant landscape in the heart of our great nation's capital, a landscape that includes Majors Hill Park, the Rideau Canal, Parliament, the National War Memorial, and the National Gallery of Canada. I chair the National Gallery of Canada Foundation. 500,000 people come to that magnificent piece of modernist architecture, and most of them look out across Majors Hill Park at the Chateau Laurier. So, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Committee, we can do better, much, much better for our citizens, for the people of Canada, and for Ottawa's place in the world. We are a G7 capital, and when I go to the capitals of all the other G7 countries, enormous care and attention is paid to architectural heritage. So I implore you to reject this proposal and ask Larco Investments, headquartered in Vancouver, and the owner may never have actually been in this building. Perhaps his agents have been.
Thank you, sir.
To come here and sit down with the mayor and rethink it fundamentally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Weber, followed by Sean Barber. Mr. Weber, you're speaking on behalf of Claridge Homes. I thought you said you weren't going to be back here. Did he not just say that recently? You said, you came back and said goodbye to us. Here you are.
This potential decision is so grievous, I had no choice but to go out of retirement.
Well, you know the rules.
No, we know the
5
rules,
minutes.
yes. Get the time limits. And I won't speak to the heritage aspects or the architectural aspects because I'm not qualified. My client would indicate the impact on 770. Taking it out to Mackenzie is a real hit on 770. He was the builder, designer, has ownership interest there, and he's entitled to speak. If he had a summary to give, he would ask me to quote from Justice Potter Stewart in Jacobellis in Ohio, which was an obscenity case in the U.S. I shall not attempt further to define the kinds of material I understand to be embraced within that shorthand description, and perhaps I never could succeed in intelligibly doing so, but I know it when I see it. And that's become the American standard for pornography, obscenity, and in the opinion of many, this is an obscenity. I don't want to talk to you about that. I want to talk to you about the process, because I disagree with all this going on about it's only site plan approval or they won't negotiate.
Can you move the mic more?
Sure. This has been a poisoned fruit from day one because of the zoning. Now, at the time, today, if you're asked to approve the site plan application, that contravenes the zoning bylaw. Section 60 of the zoning bylaw prohibits any redevelopment except what was there before. Now, the trick is the developer has selected a process which includes conditionality. That is, oh, we'll go get that fixed at the Committee of Adjustments later. Now, maybe he will and maybe he won't, because a lot of us don't see anything minor about this. A lot of us don't see it according with the general intent of the OP and the zoning bylaw, and we don't see it as desirable. And those would be the tests at the committee. But the bigger test is, why wasn't this done as a rezoning? When people comment and say, this is the second most important building in Ottawa, and certainly of private buildings, it's got to be first. Why didn't somebody step back and say, okay, there's a heritage district, but within that heritage district, there are three categories, A, B, and C, and within each of those, there are buildings that are truly superior, that are really important. That's what should have happened on day one. Now, the OP is a little iffy in Part 4 about how development applications are to be assessed. Usually, if it's one property with one owner staying on the site, it's dealt with only by site plan. But the policy goes on to say it depends on the circumstances. And I'm saying that was the fundamental error. That's what got everything off the track, where you can say now, well, we're just dealing with site plan. No, you're dealing with a site plan that is prohibited by the zoning bylaw as we sit here today. And council dealt with a heritage application that was prohibited by the zoning bylaw on the day it made the decision. So let's not get too far down the track here. There's plenty of room to say this site plan isn't good enough for the heritage reasons that have been expressed to you. And by the way, Mr. Applicant, you tell us why we're not doing a rezoning about this. And I'll tell you why it has practical importance, because in a rezoning, we all get to appeal. Not just a developer who gets to take up a little site plan appeal. And unlike the Committee of Adjustments, we all get to be parties. We can apply for party status and have a go at this. And we'll have this properly threshed out. And finally, the ultimate decision is a decision of council. If you proceed today, this is a decision of the Planning Committee, not the council. And you're going to wear it for 100 years if you're wrong. So get this done properly, get it to council, and make council accountable for its actions. And for heaven's sakes, flush out the National Capital Commission. It's unbelievable what they did to Claridge on 770 in terms of control of every little window pane. And here they just seem to have vanished. I don't know where they've gone. But this is a key building in Ottawa and a key building in Canada, and they better smarten up. And you've got the tool. You say no today, and then request a rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moffat, I'm going to Mr. Mark. I'm going to Mr. Mark. I just wanted to let you know that, okay. You're tying your shoes? Must be hard with that sore finger. Yeah, good. Councillor, Mr. Mark, were you listening to all of that? So I'd like you to have make comments for us, please. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Weber, though? No. Thank you, Mr. Weber. We'll say goodbye again till, à demain. Arrivederci. Who knows when you'll be back, but probably sooner than you think. Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I did listen to the comments of my friend, learned in the law, Mr. Weber. And with respect, I will have to disagree with him, which is a shame because it's maybe the last professional dealing I have with him. However, as committee well knows, it is open to the applicant in any case to determine whether to go for a rezoning or to go for a minor variance. And the Committee of Adjustment, in making its decision as to whether or not it will grant the minor variance, as one of the matters to be considered is whether or not it is minor in nature. And so the issues raised by Mr. Weber can be raised at the committee. But however, with respect to the who may be the appellants, the spectrum for appellants on a Committee of Adjustment matter are just as broad as appellants on a zoning matter. Anyone is entitled to make comments to the committee, and anyone thereafter can seek to appeal that matter to the local planning appeal tribunal if they felt the committee made a wrong decision. So I don't share his concerns on process.
Okay, thank you. Sean Barber, followed by Liette Fortin. Oh, but Liette is not going to be speaking. Leslie Maitland's going to be reading it. So, welcome, Mr. Barber. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Councilors, my name is Sean Barber. I'm the president of the Centertown Community Association, which celebrates its 50th year this year, 50th anniversary this year. For those 50 years, we've been vocal advocates for the interests of our community, which lies at the heart of our city. I come here today on behalf of our members to urge you and your colleagues to deny site plan approval to the latest proposal for the Chateau Laurier addition. Many of us walk, bike, or drive by the Chateau every day. But it's not just another building, it's our neighbor, a meeting place and reference point in our city. For many of us, it's been the backdrop for some of the most important events of our lives. It's woven into the historical fabric of this country and serves as a bridge to our past, when railways like the Grand Trunk, which built the Chateau Laurier, were critical to binding a far-flung country together. The Chateau has been at the center of Canada's political history and continues to play to this day an important role as a preferred venue for backroom political drama and intrigue. That's one of the reasons it's seen as an extension to the parliamentary precinct and is colloquially known as the Third Chamber. And it is, as you know, a federally designated National Historic Site. Madam Chair, we have no issue with the principle of an addition to the Chateau Laurier. We only wish to see respect to the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, which state in part, conserve the heritage value and character-defining elements when creating any new additions to a historic place or any related new construction. Make the work physically and visually compatible with, subordinate to, and distinguishable from the historic place. On March 1st, the Urban Design Review Panel reported they were still not satisfied with this latest design. That's great. But we reject the idea that this is an issue that should be resolved by the back and forth between architectural experts. Councilors, you do not need an advanced degree in architecture to see that this latest design is not physically and visually compatible with the Chateau Laurier as required by the guidelines. You need only use your judgment and common sense. As councilors, you know that the overwhelming majority of the people of Ottawa oppose this design. Listen to the radio call-in shows, look at social media, read the letters to the editor. Rarely will you find the public so united on an issue as opposition to this proposal. It's not just people who live in Centertown who are against it. It's people in Canada, in Barrhaven, and in Orleans. Councillor Gower, you know that your own Stittsville Village Association has written to you opposing this design. I quote, "It's an absolute blight to the heritage and beauty of the Chateau Laurier. We feel it needs a complete redesign." So why does this matter? It matters because all architecture, once built, becomes part of a community's collective experience. Architecture is not like a painting in a private house or a sculpture in a museum. The public is forced to live with it. Renzo Piano, the great contemporary Italian architect of landmark buildings around the world and the winner of architecture's highest honors, has said, and I quote, "You can put down a bad book. You can avoid listening to bad music, but you cannot miss the ugly tower block opposite your house." That's why the views of the public are so important. It's why Diamond Schmidt Architects are holding the Inspire 555 with visioning workshops to get public input into the design of our new library. It's called the wisdom of crowds. Churchill once said, "We shape our buildings and thereafter our buildings shape us." They shape us and reflect us. I was recently in Washington and was again impressed with how Americans ensured that their landmark buildings blend together the history and modernity, beauty and self-confidence of their society. Why cannot we make that our habit, councillors? We know well the familiar refrain of those who routinely defend even the most egregious assault on our heritage buildings. in our urban landscape by stating that architecture must, quote, be of its time. Councillors, I put it to you that if this proposal is of its time, then our time is dull and bleak and unimaginative indeed. Let me finish with a quote from the famed American architect Buckminster Fuller, the genius behind the geodesic dome. Fuller said, quote, when I'm working on a problem, I never think about beauty, but when I finished, if the solution is not beautiful, I know it is wrong. Councillors, this design is not beautiful. This design is wrong, and no amount of tinkering will make it right. We're asking you to listen to your constituents, to the wisdom of crowds, and tell the developer to start over and come back with a new proposal that truly reflects our time, with all its hope, energy, creativity, and aspiration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no questions. Thank you for coming out. Ms. Maitland, you're coming up to read somebody's, well, it's not Ms. Maitland, it's Linda Hode.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am here speaking on behalf of Liette Fortin, who was unable to be here, unfortunately. Ms. Fortin is an architect and also has a diploma from the International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property. You have a copy of her submission. I'm going to read most of it and then refer you to some parts of it. Ms. Fortin says, as an instructor in the Conservation and Sustainability Program at the Israeli School of Architecture and Urbanism, Carleton University, my students and I have been following the various iterations of the Chateau Laurier proposed edition since 2016. We were hopeful that the comments on the lack of compatibility of the proposed designs expressed by various credible organizations and citizens for the last 4 proposed design submissions would be taken into consideration in the redesign of the 5th proposed design submission. Unfortunately, after seeing the submission of May 2019, I have to voice my opposition to the latest iteration. The proposed design is yet another repetition of a boxy design that is not appropriate for nor compatible with the Chateau Laurier and the setting. It does not add value, but rather diminishes the existing value of the building and the setting. The latest May design proposal does not read as if it belongs to the Chateau Laurier. The proposed architectural style seems to stem from the architectural design of the 1960s or 70s commercial office buildings. The new design has to clearly be inspired by the existing architecture, its dynamic forms, its various planes and angles, and be of a contemporary expression that belongs exclusively to the Chateau Laurier. The design does not convey the image of a prestigious hotel. It reads more like an office building that one can find in any urban center. The new design must have a vocabulary that expresses the role of the building as a distinctive hotel in a distinctive setting. The design does not acknowledge the significant buildings of the existing context. It ignores its neighbors. The new architectural vocabulary must dialogue with the Parliament buildings, the National Gallery, and the setting. The new addition must be an appealing neighbor and offer from pathways, roadways, and surrounding buildings incomparable views. The design does not acknowledge Majors Hill Park. It creates an urban wall, a barrier between the Chateau Laurier and the park. The new design must create a lively, multi-plan facade that dialogues with the park. And finally, the design does not acknowledge the relationship that the Chateau Laurier or other surrounding significant buildings have with the sky. It simply ignores that dimension by proposing a flat, monotonous roof. The new design must have a playful roofline that adds to the vibrant silhouette of the skyline. I'd like to refer you to some of the background notes in the appendix submitted. On page 3, in particular, the first point, originally, the parliamentary precinct was to expand east to land that had been set aside for future growth of the parliament. Plans to expand the precinct eastward were undermined by a political decision to sell part of the east land to a private company, the Grand Trunk Railway, to build the Chateau Laurier Hotel. Sir Wilfrid Laurier, then the Prime Minister of Canada, helped secure the important site for the construction, and the hotel was eventually named in his honor. It is said that part of the original agreement to sell the land was predicated on assurances that the hotel had to be in a picturesque style to complement the Parliament buildings. Additions have been made, as you've heard, to the Chateau Laurier. On page 4 at the top, Ms. Fortin notes the 1980s addition at the front of the chateau is an integrated design that respects the existing building while adding a modern design with contemporary form and materials. It is possible to make a modern addition to the Chateau Laurier. And finally, I draw your attention to her note on the significant iconic building in an iconic setting. There are 2 illustrations that show that the Chateau Laurier is a distinct, significant, iconic building in an iconic setting in the nation's capital. Its chateau-style architecture complements the Parliament buildings and speaks to the romantic setting with its picturesque silhouette. There's a visible dialogue between the existing building and the context. The Chateau Laurier can be viewed as a pavilion with a picturesque silhouette in the landscape from various viewpoints. And in conclusion,
We have 14 seconds.
I think I can do it. It's with all respect that I urge members of the Planning Committee and the members of City Council to reject the recent proposal and request that another design be submitted. Those responsible for the approval of a design for the addition on such a prominent site in the nation's capital must insist that the new contemporary addition be respectful,
Thank you, Ms.
thoughtful,
Ho.
meaningful,
I thought you
creative,
could do it, but
unique,
you
and
couldn't.
sustainable.
So thanks very much.
Thank you.
And I don't see any question, well, it's not you anyway, so.
No, I can't speak for.
But Councillor Shirelli has a question for legal clarification.
Yeah, this has been raised a couple of times, and I believe that the applicant is proceeding with a site plan application, and I just wanted to know if legal agrees that the site plan application is to be considered irrespective of whether the applicant met the requirements on the heritage permit.
Madam Chair, they are 2 separate applications and need to be determined independently of one another.
You kind of trailed off at the end there, Mr.
I apologize,
Mr. Mark.
and are to be determined independently of one another, Madam Chair.
They are to be?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else for clarification? No?
No, that's why I think it's important that speakers address the site plan issue, because that's what we're here for.
Yeah. Okay, that's not happening, so. But we have had some comments on it, which I appreciate. Thank you very much. Next we have Carolyn Quinn, followed by Barry Podolsky, followed by Lynn Armstrong. Carolyn? Welcome.
Hello. Can I still say good morning? Good morning, members of Planning Committee. My name is Carolyn Quinn, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Built Heritage Subcommittee. And I've been a member of the subcommittee since its inception, back when you were the chair, Councillor Harder. And I can say without hesitation that this is the most important file that has come before the subcommittee in that time. I am here this morning not to speak on behalf of the subcommittee, as you've received a summary of the comments that we gave, as well as more fulsome submissions from the citizen members. I'm here today as a concerned citizen, a member of the public who has devoted my career and countless volunteer days and hours to the conservation and recognition of the cultural heritage value of historic buildings in Ottawa, as a former president of Heritage Ottawa, and as well from across Canada as a former senior staff member of the National Trust for Canada. I'll not go over all the reasons why the application for site plan control that is before you today should be turned down. Mr. Chiarelli has just mentioned that the opportunity to talk about site plan versus the conditions, you got clarification from Mr. Mark, are indeed separate. I think it is really incumbent upon you to let the public know when this second opportunity will arise, because the opportunity to have done so was voted down yesterday at council, so I can only assume that that opportunity is going to be revisited, but that clarification on that would indeed be welcome. But I will, again...
I'll just interject by saying when you're finished speaking, we will get that clarification of what happened yesterday and when the initial decision was made and the vote on that.
Yeah, that would be really welcome,
So, we'll
because
give you
that's
some
the
extra
first
time now.
that's been made clear.
Okay.
So, thank you. We've heard, as you've all heard, from the thousands of Canadians who have expressed, and Ottawans in particular, outrage and disappointment and, in fact, bewilderment that this design is what is being proposed for such an important and iconic landmark in the nation's capital. And these people may not have a sophisticated understanding of architecture and site plan control issues, but we've also heard from some of the most preeminently qualified experts in the field of architecture, architectural history, landscape architecture, and heritage conservation. People who have been recognized not just in this country for their expertise and knowledge and experience, but internationally as well. Phyllis Lambert, a renowned architect whose contributions to architecture and urbanism are incalculable, Dr. Christina Cameron, Liette Fortin, Dr. Kaufman. Highly respected professionals and experts have come before you to ask that you give the building and the site, part of the symbolic centre of Canada, the care and respect that it deserves. Effort has been made to introduce high-quality materials such as limestone and bronze, which result in a more pleasing structure, but again, a building, a result that does not belong on this site. LARCO's representatives and city staff have attempted to demonstrate the compatibility question has been answered, but that has required deeply detailed explanations before the architect's intentions can in fact be understood. Compatibility should not require that much effort. It should be intuitive, revealing an understanding of the sense and spirit of the place. The Chateau Laurier sits on an exceptional site that enjoys immediate and immense national recognition. It is arguably, as we've heard, the second most important National Historic Site after Parliament Hill. Together, they make up a fundamental part of our national identity, and sadly, the proposed bar box addition creates a visual block that diminishes the site and its visual composition as one of the best of the Ottawa experience. And I've heard from our chair of the Built Heritage Subcommittee, Councillor Gower, say that he has struggled because the applicant has, technically speaking, met the conditions of last year's motions approved by council, because they have demonstrated some progress with the design, and in so doing have met all possible laws and policies that staff and council have at their disposal regarding the property. But surely this property deserves more than a design that meets a technicality. What about the intent of the conditions? It has been made abundantly clear that by endorsing the motion, many councillors believe that they would be seeing a design that met the intent of the conditions, not scraping by on a technicality. We've heard from staff that the heritage permit was approved, but as you know, this committee has overturned staff recommendations many times in the past. And procedurally, we're being told that you cannot consider in your decisions today the conditions. But ethically speaking, this site deserves exactly that. And I would just finish up with a point about the private property question, that yes, indeed, this is privately owned, but the owners remains the stewards of a National Historic Site of immense significance, which brings great responsibility. And it is now incumbent upon you to ensure that LARCO Investments receives that guidance.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. I'm not trying to be rude, but I just have to be fair to everybody.
No, I understand completely.
Yeah, and I gave you some extra time because I did interrupt you, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, but somebody had a question too. Oh, Matt, hang on a second, because you go ahead and ask your question of Ms. Quinn, and then Councillor Shirelli is asking for another clarification.
Madame la Présidente, je souhaitais faire un petit suivi. Évidemment, vous êtes membre du Comité du patrimoine bâti. Vous l'étiez la dernière fois. Excusez, on ne se voit pas. Je voulais simplement revenir sur la motion qui avait été approuvée à l'époque où M. Nussbaum était président du comité. Vous faisiez partie du comité à cette époque-là?
Oui, c'est correct.
Pouvez-vous peut-être reclarifier, puisque vous aviez, j'imagine vous aviez voté, si je me souviens bien, vous aviez voté en faveur de la motion?
Oui.
Pouvez-vous rappeler aux membres du comité quelle était l'intention à l'époque, là, quand on avait reçu une soumission du groupe Larco, et puis il y avait encore un inconfort avec le design. On le reconnaît par plusieurs points. On parle de contraste, on parle de matériaux, on reflète les différentes portions du Château Laurier. D'après vous, quelles étaient les intentions du comité à cette époque-là, quand cette motion-là a été présentée?
Merci, M. Fleury. Je vais répondre en anglais, si c'est correct.
Absolument, absolument.
Yes, I did. I was on Built Heritage Subcommittee when Councillor Nussbaum was the chair, and I do recall the motion in question very clearly. And I'd like to come back to the meaning of the words that were very thoughtfully used when putting those conditions in place. And I'm going to repeat them. Meaningfully reduce the addition's contrast and enhance its bond with the existing building. And words like sculpting, recessing, using forms that are specifically drawn from and relate to the Chateau Laurier. Words like altering the architectural expression, window patterns, details, and geometric proportions that are specifically drawn from and relate to the Chateau Laurier. We thought, at least I can speak for myself, but in conversation with my colleagues at the time, we understood that something quite significantly different was going to be coming before us. That is exactly what I meant by the intent of what the words were. And so thank you, Monsieur Fleury, for having picked up on that, because it gives me an opportunity to elaborate on that point.
And thank you for that. And just wanted to, so now we obviously have a report where city staff are comfortable that these measures are achieved. But what was the intent of the committee then? Was it to signalize to the applicant to change the architecture or to work through the architecture? I think, I can't read committee's mind at the time, and I was speaking to Councillor Nussbaum, but not to committee, so not sure what the committee had discussed relating to what was that motion to achieve, and what should it have signalized to the applicant?
Well, it wasn't...
Sorry? Just so you know, you're asking for an interpretation from our delegation.
Yes.
She's not reading the mind of...
No, but she was privy to the discussion at Built Heritage.
Sure, but she's privy to just like we're all privy to this discussion. I just want to, we don't have him before us either. That's all I'm saying. It's like Councillor Garrow wasn't here. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Okay. Well, at the time, I don't think any of us wanted to be prescriptive because, of course, we were dealing with professional team of architects. But certainly the range of change was vast from the design that was before us. I don't think that, and clearly you've seen examples today of modern additions that are perhaps more historicist and more sympathetic without actually being replications of historic properties. And so taking what was before us and modifying it in significant ways to meet the, what we, at least I can speak for myself, I understood we were trying to achieve with the language and the words that were used in the motion, would take this design beyond the continued presentation of the modular, rectilinear design that's before us.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leeper has a question, and then Councillor Dudas.
Thanks, Chair. Carolyn, thank you for this. You've spoken to the intent of the motion that Built Heritage recommended council pass and that council did. But can you speak to the words themselves? Or were the three conditions with respect to what we expected to see as a condition of heritage approval? Can you speak to those three conditions, not just the intent, but do you feel they actually meet the wording of the...
Are you referring to the
council motion of last year? Yeah.
Councillor Nussbaum motion? And you're asking her to speak to...
There is a motion.
Her interpretation
there are
of the
conditions. Does she feel that they
There are
meet
the
those
three
conditions?
conditions. I know the motion you were talking about, yes. Well, that just, I would be reiterating what I said when I answered Councillor Footy's question, which was the use of the wording where we talked about meaningfully reducing contrast and enhancing the relationship with the existing building, and using words like sculpting and recessing, and using forms that are specifically drawn from and relate to the chateau, and that altering the architectural expression, the window patterns, the details and geometric proportions that are specifically, again, drawn from and relate to the Chateau Laurier. So those were very thoughtfully used. With at least my interpretation of them was that the result was going to be a design that understood and spoke to the spirit of the building. And I come back to Mr. Kaufman, Dr. Kaufman's presentation, I think the first one this morning, where he really spoke eloquently about the difference between the body and the soul. You don't have to replicate the body of the building. A good design will tap in to the soul of the building. And in the case of this site, it's about the picturesque. It's about the forms that tell us that speak to the romance and the whimsy and what is dreamlike. Those are the qualities that make up the soul of the Chateau Laurier. If you approach it as simply a solid limestone structure, then that's how, in my view, you end up with that kind of rectilinear addition that the architects have come up with, because the architects do this particular farm are very award-winning modernist condominium builders that have done amazing work. And I think there's an approach that lends itself to that right from the outset. But they hired very, very credible and reputable heritage consultants, architectural heritage consultants with the firm of ERA Architects, that I can speak for myself, I assumed would be providing perhaps that missing approach that would not be normally part of the firm's approach to design. And so that...
Okay.
That I think, in my mind, was how that process was going to evolve to get us to the result I was expecting.
So one of the conditions from that motion was to modify the addition by sculpting, recessing, and breaking up the unrelieved uniformity of the north facade. Do you feel that's been achieved here?
No, I do not. And I do know that the staff and the applicant is now referring for the first time to 3 pavilions, that the rectilinear box is now 3 pavilions. But there's an example, a neighboring example right across the canal of a site that actually does have 3 pavilions, which is what a pavilion means from an architectural using architectural language, and that's the Parliament Hill. There are 3 pavilions on the Parliament Hill: the center block, the east block, and the west block. We do not have 3 pavilions in this edition.
So despite a little bit of reticulation, this is still an unrelieved uniformity?
In my view, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas?
Thank you very much for being here today. I'm just I'm just trying to get a better understanding. You spoke a moment ago about how at a certain point in this process, you did not want to be, and committee did not want to be more prescriptive. And I just want to understand, at that point, how many iterations had come before subcommittee at that point?
Was it 4 or 3?
So 4 iterations of pretty
I'm
much
not
the same kind of look.
Well, I don't know. It changed, I think, fairly dramatically from the first iteration, but then going forward, changes were, I would say, reduced.
So it puts us in a bit of a bind because I'm just understanding. So you did not at that point, 4 iterations in of something that it had changed over time, but still same kind of structure. And I'm not an expert in understanding the nuances of it, but it was square and rectangular and similar. I'm just trying to understand why there was not the intent to be more prescriptive at that point, because I'm reading the wording and staff is saying that they're meeting this wording. I'm just trying to get a better understanding why there wasn't a very clear do this, do that, do this, do that. I'm just, as a non-expert, I'm trying to understand.
Well, I think...
Why? Because she's asking questions?
No, it's because...
Point of order, can a non-committee
No,
member?
point of order. Actually, I don't know if that's true, but Mr. Mark, can a non-committee member but member of council?
No, Madam Chair. A non-committee member cannot raise a point of order.
Thank you for that. I was willing to be fair, but point of order is point of order, and you made it.
I had another point of order.
Yes, sure.
We've already... We're going outside of site plan, which is in front of us today.
Well, we have been from the very first speaker.
Yeah, but it's a very long morning, and we have more speakers.
Then that's fine.
Okay, no back and forth, no back and forth. You had a point of order. That point's been made. The comments have been made several times.
Committee member should be able to finish her question.
And yes, you should be able to finish your question because we've allowed everybody else to ask the questions. So go ahead, Councillor Dudas. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Well, in my view, again, those members on the Built Heritage Subcommittee that were supporting this motion, with the exception of Member Podolsky, were not architects. So by putting together the firming up the guidelines, which we thought at this point we needed to do in order to really get the design in the direction that we intended it to go, we went into we supported a motion that had that kind of wording, which was the first time that had happened. I don't know if that answers your question because there were so many things.
Yeah, there's so many point of orders. No, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Quinn. Thanks for all your, and Barry, come on up, Barry Podolsky, and what? Oh, hang on a minute. Come on back. Ms. Quinn, hold the fort, Barry. Ships crossing in the night. Back to, I forgot that Councillor Moffat had a question, and then we're going to Councillor Shirelli, I think, for legal clarification again.
I hate to make you jump around on this, and it's not necessarily a question, but I think it's an important point to...
It has to be a question. Turn it into a question.
Well, I could say it later, but it's more relevant now.
Okay, but make it a question.
It's not a question.
Well, then I don't need her here.
You don't.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Okay, so then hold that thought.
It's to the point, though, and I think it's relevant right now.
Am I back?
Okay, so it's just to the notion of intent and intent on the motion. So when one of the challenges we have is because we're talking about intent of what that motion meant last year.
Is this for anybody other than our interest? Like, should somebody be listening to it other than us?
Yeah, can I
There's
just
a
talk?
question I asked that, because I mean, I want appropriate
No,
staff.
I'm just trying to explain something.
Okay. Well,
So,
quickly then.
because it's a bit of a challenge that we have in front of us because we keep on talking about the intent of the motion. A few years ago, you might recall an application on Norman Street where intent of a motion became a pivotal argument at council. The reality is, and Peter Hume was always good at explaining this, that we don't govern by intent, we govern by motion. Perhaps the fundamental flaw in Built Heritage Subcommittee's motion from last year was that we weren't prescriptive enough in what our intent was. But you can't, unfortunately, after the fact, you can't look at it and say, well, our intent was this, and that's what it should have been. It's a mistake that we make in motion, that if there's something you want, you have to prescribe it in the motion.
That's great, because I think Councillor Shirelli wants to ask a question about the intent of the unanimous vote last June. Okay?
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that with legal, that we do have two processes, one dealing with site plan, which is what is on today's agenda. The other is the approval process for the heritage permit, which I believe council voted on in June of last year, and specified certain things that must be in to proceed. And then the staff.
So this is for Mr. Mark, right?
Right, for Mr. Mark. And then staff rendered their own professional opinion that those conditions were met. So that on that specific file, the only way we could reverse that is if council reversed it, revoked the heritage permit, and probably went to court, which would take 4 or 5 years. Just so that was an option that we almost dealt with yesterday had we actually voted on the issue. So is that correct, that they're two separate and that that's how the heritage permit went?
Madam Chair, I'm in agreement with the councillor that those are the two separate processes, and that if council were to effectively seek to revoke the heritage permit or conclude that the conditions had not been met, that would end us up next door in court, Madam Chair.
But that didn't happen.
That did not happen, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So after we get through the rest of we have Mr. Podolsky, we have Lynn Armstrong, then we have the applicant to speak, and then we'll get into that kind of stuff, okay, if we could hold off on it, because I think it's, there's quandaries that need to be straightened, need to be defined, and we have to, make sure that we're all on the same page in what we're dealing with, which is why some people have said, we're here to talk about site plans before us, and other people have said, but you have to include the heritage aspect of it because of the whole situation, but we'll need to nail down exactly when all that stuff happened and will happen. So, having said that, Mr. Podolsky, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I'm not asking you to leave till your 5 minutes is up. So.
Thank you very much. My name is Barry Podolsky. I'm an architect, and I've been a member of the Built Heritage Subcommittee since it was founded in 2013 with Councillor Jan Harder as the chair of it. Subsequently, I was the vice chair of the Built Heritage Committee in the period that Councillor Toby Nussbaum was the chair. And just for your information, I was involved in the drafting of that motion that went to City Council and was unanimously approved. It was Councillor Nussbaum, myself, also with Steve Willis in the background helping out. You can ask me about that later if you like. I'm speaking today not as a member of the Built Heritage Subcommittee, but as a citizen of Ottawa and an architect who has practiced architecture and heritage conservation for 50 years in the city. And like you, I love the capital and I love my city. For your information, examples of my work include the conservation of and rehabilitation of the Byward Market building for the City of Ottawa, and also I was the heritage architect on the Ottawa Art Gallery, which we're all very proud of. And I was the heritage consultant for the National Arts Centre and the urban design consultant on the expansion of the National Arts Centre. And I should say that we did the heritage conservation plan for the Government Conference Centre, now home of the Senate. and probably one of the most prominent pieces that I was involved in with my partners KPMB in Toronto and GLCRM of Quebec City, the Museum of Nature renovations with its glass lantern. And I should say that although I have developed my skills as a heritage architect, my architectural education is steeped in modernism. I studied at the University of Manitoba and love the work of Walter Gropius, Mies van der Rohe, and the Bauhaus movement, which this year is in its 100th anniversary. Yes, at its June 3rd meeting, the Built Heritage Subcommittee, by a 7-1 majority, adopted a resolution urging Planning Committee to review the site plan application that is in front of you today. Notwithstanding the opinion of my respected colleagues, the city staff, and the advocacy team hired by LARCO, the latest design proposal is totally incompatible with the picturesque character of this National Historic Site. Notwithstanding the opinion of city staff and the advocacy team, LARCO's team, the latest design really does not meet the conditions imposed by City Council in the conditional heritage permit. City staff and LARCO have argued that you should not design an addition in a historicist style. It would be inappropriate and unethical. In fact, the design proposed by Peter Clues is already in a historical style. It's the Bauhaus historical style. Modernism, though, has actually moved on. The severe orthodoxy of this edition is really an architecture of the past. Modern architecture now is designing sympathetic to historic buildings. The proposed addition also, as Christina Cameron has talked, creates a giant visual barrier. Think of a 30-story Trump Tower on its side, which blocks the views from Majors Hill Park and from the Rideau Canal World Heritage Site. In my opinion, LARCO Investments should be sent back to the drawing board to prepare a respectful design for the proposed addition. This time, if you reject this and they are forced to redesign, it should be based on the NCC's Châtellerault Urban Design Guidance Report of 2008 that they never ever tried to do. The owners of LARCO Investments, the billionaire Lalji brothers of Vancouver, should understand that although they own the land upon which the Châtellerault sits, the public realm and the treasured views of the national capital that instill national pride are owned by the people of Canada. The Lalji brothers should show respect to the country where they have made their fortune. The City of Ottawa, this Planning Committee, should not be embarrassed to demand the highest standards, and I urge the Planning Committee to have the courage to go through the procedures and refuse this site plan application. Thank you for allowing me to comment on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. I almost yelled in my own ear. I find I'm having a hard time hearing very clearly, so it really helps if you're noticing that at all. I noticed you guys had yours on for a while, too. We do need to take note of, for the budget, since we have all of our standing committee meetings in this room, getting a better sound system. It's way overdue. It only took us, what, Rick, 18 years to get new chairs? You know, it's... Anyway.
I'm available for any questions if you happen to have them.
You know, it's that we are not worthy thing. Councillor Fleury has a question. Anybody else for Mr.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thanks, Barry. You're very clear as to the reason why committee and council shouldn't consider this, shouldn't support this. I want to go back a little bit to a conversation we had at Built Heritage Committee, specifically to Parks Canada. So Parks Canada has reviewed each submission, and as there's been different leads from Parks Canada that have communicated back to the city. Have you read those documents?
I certainly have.
And can you maybe comment as to what your sense is? I mean, you've worked with, you've seen those applications before. You've seen Parks Canada's role in the past. How was your interpretation of their latest submission?
Parks Canada was invited to comment on the site plan application because of the city's procedure of inviting key stakeholders, such as Park Canada, to comment. There were 3 letters from Parks Canada at different times, and the very first letter that they sent was based on a design, I think it was iteration number 3. I can understand where we would all get lost in the 5 examples or 5 designs that they submitted. I have them all memorized. I know them all. The third one was a Parks Canada comment, and essentially they said, we don't have a problem with this. It's just fine. When I read that, I was quite disappointed, but then 1 month later, Parks Canada sent a second letter. And they said, notwithstanding our first letter, we have concerns. And our concerns have to do with the views from the canal locks up towards the Chateau Laurier. And at the same time, they wanted to be diplomatic so that the person writing the second letter did not really offend their colleague who wrote the first letter. Then there was a third letter written based on the design that you have today, which is the 5th iteration. And Parks Canada, quite frankly, said that they have no problem with it. That it's, in my view, although you haven't asked my view, Parks Canada was not doing its duty. And I think I'm disappointed in them, just as I'm disappointed in the city staff who have proceeded to recommend approval of this 5th iteration to you, but that's another question.
Just a follow-up, not specific to Parks Canada necessarily, but you've been in Ottawa for many years. You understand the relationship between the municipality and the federal, national capital responsibilities. What would have been a traditional review from federal authorities for such an application of a private site of such an important landmark?
You raise a very good question. This is the elephant in the room question. Why on earth did the NCC not assert its authority under the National Capital Act and require LARCO to make a formal application to the NCC for federal land use and design approval? Very good question. The NCC has done this before, where private lands have been involved, but in 2017, 2018, when they had the opportunity to do this, I think that you will probably note that Mark Christensen, who was the CEO of the NCC, specifically decided, perhaps for small p political reasons, to abdicate the NCC's authority in this case and hand the city of Ottawa the gift of having to deal with a controversial addition to a National Historic Site and classified and heritage building. This is a disappointing event, and I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely.
I mean, we can surmise why they didn't, but they didn't.
They absolutely didn't.
So
That's
therefore,
correct.
that ends the conversation, because it's not our decision that that happened that way at all, so.
You're quite right. You were left handing the bag.
Questions? That's it? Thanks very much, Barry.
Thank you for hearing me out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as you know, they are going to be involved in the public realm part of it, should we get to that point. Lynn Armstrong. Lynn? Do you have a presentation? Okay. Whenever you're ready. After Lynn is the applicant, and so we have 3 people coming up for them. I'm going to go and get a drink. Since we've taken so long.
First few slides are lost. Anyway, I'm here. I want to put you actually back into site planning mode. You seem to be comfortable with that. And I'm here, I'm a landscape historian, landscape architect, and parks planner, and a planner. And so I'm here representing the neighboring property, which is the park. And I have a concern for the impact on Major Hill Park. This is the current view. The park was built as a romantic, picturesque park in the late 1800s, long before the Chateau Laurier existed. And it basically, sorry I had a picture, but it consisted of walking paths, benches. The fabulous thing about the park was its views out of the park. So of the Parliament buildings, and of the cathedral, and more currently the gallery, etc. So the really fabulous thing about the park are actually the views, and the view of the Chateau Laurier, and the viewpoint is marked by where particularly by where the By statue is. That's where the most prominent view of Parliament Hill is from there. That's the viewpoint. And that's the current view. I'm sorry it's so small. And it's a fabulous view of the Chateau Laurier. This is the proposed view. And I'm not seeing the roof structure from the designated real viewpoint of that park. The structure of the Chateau Laurier is totally gone, and it's imprinted with this building. And you know, the experts, architects find this building compatible. I'm not an architect. That's the elevation, the bland elevation that you see. And I search for other buildings in my community to get a reference for my clues to the architecture. And what I relate this building to is more commercial, office, industrial building. That's what it brings to mind in my head, not anything related to the Chateau Laurier. The materials are there, and there's maybe as much stone as there is there, and as much window as is there, but it's not in the same proportions, and I don't read it. And I see that being, if that's the thing between the park and the Chateau Laurier, the park, picturesque romantic park, is no longer connected to the picturesque building that was there. And I take a bit of an exception. That's just basic industrial architecture. That's a chateau, and that's, the common man thinks that's what they're going to see, not the industrial building. That's what you see now. So that's the view from the park. So I kind of take it, the elevations are a critical part of what you're approving today. It's not just something that Build Heritage dealt with. You also deal with elevations on every site plan application. And I think that you know, even if there wasn't all the heritage part, you'd still have to look at the building and feel that it was compatible and supported the park and the picturesque nature of the major park of our city. And I'm shaken a bit that you seem to be considering the decision you're going to make based on fear that the developer is going to take this to the next level, to the LPAT. And really, you have if there was ever a chance for the democratic process, your residents, the city's telling you they don't want this. And if you go to the LPAT, you've got the A-team of experts behind you who will show up, I'm sure, for free and give their opinion to that committee about this building. And I really think we need to step up the game, take the democratic process, represent your constituents and our country. This is not just our park and our building. This is a turning point for the parliamentary precinct. And please don't make your decision out of fear that the developer is going to take it to the next level. I think there's enough, you've heard enough this morning of supporting evidence from the experts across this country that this is not the right project for this site at this time. And I think we need to go back. I know that there's all the discussion about tweaking or whatever. It's really not the right thing, and people recognize that. And the common man, your constituents, recognize this is not right. And they're not trained architects. They can't see the fine detailing that the staff are able to see that this is compatible, and it's not. To the common person, it's not. They see an industrial commercial building. And if we put that between the building, the current building and the park loses a lot of its character because they're totally abutted. Also, you can see in this drawing, basically they put a line of trees. There's no interface between the addition and the park. It's just, there's no walkway, there's no interface of the building. It's all just a treed edge to kind of hide it. And I don't find that that's an appropriate edge for the park any longer either. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Armstrong? Yeah. No, thank you very much. Okay, so we have the, next up is the applicant. We have Dennis Jacobs. We have Rob Cadeau, and we have Michael McClellan. So while they are set up, this is a great time now. Councillor Leeper, introduce your motion now.
Thanks. And this motion is being brought on behalf of Councillor Fleury. Is he in the room?
You're bringing it forward anyways. It's just to introduce it.
So absolutely. I will just introduce it. The effect of the motion would be to remove the heritage permits and put that decision in the hands of council. The motion would be, whereas at its meeting of June 27, 2018, Council adopted the following recommendation in respect of the redevelopment of the Chateau Laurier at 1 Rideau Street. The motion then speaks to the various different conditions that we apply to conditions, so I won't reread that. Whereas...
And before you start, just so you know, we'll need...
This is a point of order.
2/3 to add that to the agenda.
Yeah, I think this item isn't in order at this committee, but it would be at council if there was enough notice.
I think we're discussing the Chateau Laurier. I think one of the conditions of approving site plan was...
We'll just ask Mr. Mark before we get into this, okay? Mr. Mark, were you listening? I can't even see you, so are you nodding your head?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am listening.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Leeper on behalf of Councillor Fleury that deals with, again, the heritage permit as part of it.
Yes.
As part of it. And the question is that before us, this committee, Planning Committee?
So, Madam Chair, the answer is it is not before Planning Committee. However, any item on any topic that is within the overall jurisdiction of Planning Committee can be added by a 2/3 vote at any meeting. And so at council it's 3/4, at committee it's 2/3 to add an item to the agenda.
And it's 2/3 of the people that are sitting here at the time?
Present and voting, Madam Chair.
Present and voting. Okay.
Chair, I would like to move then to waive. Chair, I would like then to move to waive the rules so I can introduce this motion so it's on the table for our discussion.
There's a second part to the point of order.
And the second part, this is where we're going.
Which is, since council already passed the permit, isn't the proper forum for this at council?
Did you hear that, Mr. Mark?
Madam Chair, so I agree with the councillor in part in that it will have to go up to council in order to have effect. But if it's added to the agenda by a 2/3 vote, it can be considered at committee and then it would rise to council, Madam Chair.
So that would be, I don't want to say a back door, but it would be, just because yesterday was just yesterday, and we had the vote whether or not to have that before us at council yesterday, a motion that was passed by the previous council in June 2018. Here we are the next day at a standing committee, planning committee, after what went on yesterday, and it just is, go ahead, Councillor.
If the member were to bring this motion to council as a notice of motion, then would he require 2/3 of a vote, 2/3 of council to? No.
No, so if yesterday we had a notice of motion.
But he could make it a notice of motion now and deal with it at council later.
Mr. Mark?
Madam Chair, if we're a notice, it could be a notice of motion committee. It would rise to committee for consideration on June the 27th.
This committee, though, it doesn't go to council.
That's correct. And then if passed, it would go to council on, I believe it's July the 11th, whatever the second Wednesday is in July.
But how does that impact a decision of today?
It doesn't, Madam Chair. Committee has the independent decision-making power on the site plan.
And could the member bring a motion, a notice of motion to council directly without going to this committee?
A member can
to notice a
absolutely do
motion.
that. That's always in order on any topic within the jurisdiction of council.
Yep. Yep. So we need how many votes to? Okay. So I want to know before, because I haven't read it completely at all. I've only actually just handed it over to you. We need 8 votes to allow it to be on the table. I'm not done yet. Is there any other part of that that is actually properly before site plan consideration here at Planning Committee today?
Chair, I would say no.
Okay. And Mr. Mark, have you looked at this motion just in case Councillor Leeper is missing something, which would be rare, but I'm just asking?
Madam Chair, regardless of whether or not legal staff support a motion, we were always available to be ascribed, so I wrote the motion, Madam Chair.
No, that's not what I was asking. I was just asking, never mind. I've asked enough. So we need 8 votes. 8 votes? 8 votes? Yeah. Councillor Brockington?
Colleagues, I ask you this. Put aside for 1 second your thoughts on the content of the motion and focus on your responsibility to allow debate to happen here today. I ask you, do not block the attempts to get the motion on the floor. Get it on the floor and then provide your 2 cents on what you feel about the content of the motion, but don't block it from happening.
Well, except that this was basically before us yesterday and at council, and we did not waive the rules.
But we did not debate
We did
the
not
content.
waive the rules.
We debated a procedural
Anyway,
motion.
thank
We did
you.
not debate the content.
To that.
To which now?
To what Councillor Brockington said. I think it would be a much larger debate if the member were to withdraw the motion and bring it directly to council as a notice of motion.
If site plan were to pass today, what impact would that have? I'm asking Mr. Mark, just so everybody's on the same page.
And Madam Chair, as I noted before, they're independent decisions. If site plan approval is given today, that is a final decision of the City of Ottawa with respect to the site plan.
But it's not tied directly to the heritage permit, or is it? That's my
As
question.
I said earlier, Madam Chair, they are independent decisions.
Independent. Do you have anything that ties into this at all?
Yes, a question to Mr. Mark.
Go ahead, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mark, the motion that was in front of, that I was trying to get in front of council yesterday, procedurally, doesn't that automatically become a notice of motion at next council?
My understanding from speaking to clerk staff is that it was not sought to have it introduced as a notice of motion when waiver failed yesterday. So I believe it was not issued in the disposition, so it is not a notice of motion at council.
So just walking through process, if we wanted council to revisit the heritage permit at next council, I would have to introduce it as a notice of motion.
There would be 2 ways to have it before council at its next meeting. One would be that committee allows it to be considered today and carries it, then it would rise as a notice of motion. If it fails, if it's added to the agenda but fails at committee, it does not automatically rise to council. The second way to get it to council at the next meeting is for a waiver to be sought again on the 27th of June.
Well, you didn't consider I could just move a notice of motion at next council.
You could, the member could, Madam Chair, that would have it considered at July the 11th meeting of council.
And in terms of our legal proceeding, does that trip us up any differently than it would have if we would have considered the matter yesterday?
Madam Chair, because they are independent decisions, it does not trip us up. There would be concerns if council carried the motion that has been introduced by Councillor Leeper on Councillor Fleury's behalf.
Okay, so I'm asking the member to remove my motion, and I plan to bring at next council a notice of motion.
Thank you. I have one question. If it was not supported, if it was supported to be on this and failed, could it still go forward as a notice of motion? I mean, if we voted to waive the rules and then voted it down at this committee, he still could go forward with the notice of motion at council
Yes, Madam Chair.
at the end of August. Okay. But anyways, you've made that request. Councillor Leeper, and then Councillor Blais, a question of Mr. Mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mark, just for my own clarification, and I know we've discussed it, but just remind me and everyone else, the heritage permit that was issued last year, for how long is it effective?
Madam Chair, it is effective for 3 years, so it has essentially 2 years remaining on it, and then it is at an end, if they have not obtained a building permit.
And at what point is it deemed to be no longer actionable? Like, how much progress needs to be made on the file between today, or the day that it's issued, and its retirement?
Madam Chair, I would normally like the opportunity to take a further review in that. As I sit here, my view would be if a building permit has been issued within the 3-year period, then it would be validly actioned.
And so if committee or council takes a decision that ends up in court, or if there are appeals and that drags everyone past the 2-year mark, then the permit becomes null and void?
Madam Chair, it would be my expectation that although things have been taking their time to get decisions from the local planning appeal tribunal, that a committee of adjustment application made in the next month or two would likely lead to a decision before June 2021, but the end of the 3-year period. But if it did not, then the heritage permit would expire.
And because staff support the site plan application, if the site plan is rejected by committee and council, or committee, excuse me, we would have to seek outside counsel to defend the city's position?
So the ability of legal services in the City of Ottawa to defend a matter of council is not dependent on the professional advice of your planning staff. So we would not necessarily have to seek outside legal counsel. We would definitely have to seek outside professional planning advice.
And what is generally the cost of such advice?
Madam Chair, committee will be well aware that this is a complex, detailed matter, and my expectation is we'd be looking at $50,000 to $100,000 to get the necessary robust planning advice if this matter were refused.
And should we decide to pull the permit, so should the motion that was just recently discussed either today or tomorrow or in August or whenever it eventually gets debated at council, if council were to decide somehow to pull that permit back, what would the consequence of that would be? What?
Madam Chair, then it would be to the city clerk and solicitor to make a decision as to whether or not, in such an instance, because I think we'd be looking at going to court, would wish outside external counsel to represent the city. I think we can safely say we'd be looking at double the cost, so we'd be in the range, for both matters, we'd be easily in the range of $100,000 to $200,000.
And the time frame in some kind of judicial process would be similar or longer or shorter?
So the commencement of that time frame, Madam Chair, would be dependent upon the applicant, because under such a scenario, I would anticipate that the applicant would be seeking a declaration from the court that his permit was validly issued. And I don't appear in court, as committee will know, but my expectation is you'd be looking at some time between 6 months to a year after the application was filed.
Okay, so a year in court and a couple $100,000 in fees, basically. Is that correct? Is that an accurate summary, Mr. Moore?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And there's a lot of ifs between
100%.
that conclusion.
Ifs, ands, or buts, yeah.
Okay. All right. So now we are going to hear from the applicant, and then we'll go into questions and all that sort of thing. So, Mr. Jacobs, would you like to introduce your team?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of committee, my name is Dennis Jacobs, and with me today is Robert Cadeau, the project architect, and Michael McClellan of ERA Architects, our heritage consultant. We're here today in support of the staff report recommending approval of this application for site plan control. And the image we have on the screen is just a reminder that this is the Chateau Laurier, this is the front of the hotel, and this is the view that appears on most postcards. And this view will not be affected whatsoever by the addition. In June 2018, as you've heard earlier, there was a granted conditional approval of the heritage permit and a delegation of site plan approval to this committee. The plans that were considered at that time are on the left side of the screen. The plans that are before you today are on the right side of the screen. That design is based on an ongoing interaction with city staff, and as described in their report to you, it is their opinion that we've satisfied council's conditions with respect to the heritage permit. We are also well aware of the public commentary locally and nationally on this proposal, as well as what we heard today, which is essentially saying the same things, that there is a lot of disagreement with this opinion. But much of the public opinion we've heard to date supports a replication in one degree or another of the existing architecture. And let me be clear on this point. In our opinion, we cannot do that and satisfy Parks Canada's standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places. Parks Canada appears to agree with that opinion in their comments on the fourth iteration of the design submitted in February 2019, saying they were pleased with the changes, particularly with respect to the impact on the views from the Rideau Canal, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Another area of concern, another area of concern are the views along Mackenzie, and I guess I don't have that slide. Again, I want to be clear that the site plan and design process has been guided by the policy of the official plan with respect to, in particular, Annex 8A and the NCC Urban Design Guidelines study prepared by Detot Elsa Pillier, both of which were shown in the staff presentation. As can be seen in those images, there were no regulated views on Mackenzie Avenue, either north or south. That doesn't say that we didn't take these into consideration, but what it does say is that the proposed design complies with the required setbacks along Mackenzie and conforms to these policies and guidelines with respect to views. It's been a long, sometimes frustrating process, and I want to thank staff for their dedication and significant time and working in effort with us to develop the high-quality proposal that is before you today to replace what you see on the screen. Before moving on to the details to be considered, here's quickly a review of some of the things that we're proposing. An addition that will help the Fairmont Chateau Laurier be more competitive in a changing market through the provision of a new long-term stay rooms and additional meeting rooms and a courtyard that will benefit the community, as well as the Chateau Fairmont. It will add significantly to the public realm through increased public access, an interior courtyard, and pedestrian environment along Mackenzie. The last speaker spoke of this proposal cutting off from the park. In effect, the trees that were shown on the renderings she was using are actually the existing trees. We are not proposing, and the NCC has asked us specifically not to remove any trees along the current addition. And there has been also a pathway that's included within this project that connects Mackenzie to the lower terrace that runs along the edge of the path, edge of the park. So we are also, one of the design premises of this building was to be a component of the park and be a transition between the hotel and the park. As you can see in this image, there are other long rectangular buildings that front on the park, and we are using our addition as a frame, much like those buildings are used. And with that, I will turn it over to Rob Cadeau and Michael McClellan to continue with the presentation.
The design will carry the same material richness and exquisite detail and spatial grandeur that exists in the hotel. What you see here is the courtyard, and it sits where the garage has always sat for several years now. And what it offers in the new proposal is really a new heart to the hotel complex. You see that the north ballrooms can now open out to this beautiful terrace, and the new ballroom to the left in the addition, with its high ceiling and retractable glass walls, offers an opportunity also for people to spill into this courtyard. It has high glass retractable doors that are framed in bronze frames, and then you see the materiality of the building rising above, framed in bronze with a more plainer natural finish Indiana limestone indicative of the existing hotel. It's an exquisite space, and I think it shows how the two are compatible together. In this view, iconic as it is, you see that the addition is more reserved and terraces down from the chateau, and I think that is a critical consideration. It relates more to the base of the chateau and really allows the rooftops of the chateau, which are really the iconic elements of the chateau, to take center stage and remain there in this composition. From this northwest view, I think it's interesting to look at how the new addition, first of all, makes a corner composition that replicates the idea of a tower. And this is indicative of how the chateau's east and west wings are terminated. You can see it there exactly. The west wing of the chateau terminates in a tower composition. The west wing of this addition terminates in a towered proportion element as well, and it is articulated by materials to define that. What is also important here is that we see this addition as a pavilion that makes a transition to the park. It is more lattice-like and opening up than the fortified character of the base of the chateau, as it's making that visual transition towards the landscape in the park. This shows how the composition is broken up, and really it is three elements: an east and west and central connector portion. The east and west pavilions, clad in limestone, are seen as extensions of the east and west wings of the chateau that are extended visually into the park. The landscape is important because the new landscapes proposed for the courtyard and for the roof of the existing ballrooms are going to be stylized in the quatrefoil patterning, which is indicative of the parterre gardens of the French chateau tradition. These will be pollinated gardens, vegetable gardens, and ornate paved gardens. And I think this completes the mental imagery for any visitor at the hotel of that iconic reference to a landscape and its reference back to this style of building. Spatially, the addition is very interconnected to the hotel. Peacock Alley, which has forever been terminated by the garage, is now opened up with a grand axis that continues through to a beautiful vista out to the park. That meets a cross axis going from Mackenzie to the Lower Redo Terrace, which offers a complete visual connection and through corridor inside and outside on an exterior path that offers a new route and connector between Mackenzie to the terrace. The courtyard opens up between the ballrooms and introduces a new element in the composition, which is this grand, wide limestone stair, which terraces down to the new, lower Rideau terrace. What this offers is new porous opportunities for continuity and spatial interconnection between inside and outside spaces which have never existed before. Similarly, sectionally, this kind of grand alley of the Peacock Alley is extended sectionally into a 7-story atrium at the terminus in the new addition to continue that kind of spatial grandeur that's indicative of the hotel. The proportions follow the tripart division proportion of the existing hotel and are scaled down to the 7-story addition. The articulation of the top of the chateau is very distinct, and I would characterize it by a motif idea which I call interlacing, or kind of almost finger jointing. You see it in the castellations of these elements lacing together. You see it in the chateau sloped roof as the roof slopes in and interlocks with the dormer windows. You see it in the smaller dormer windows above in their diagonal alignment, which mimics the kind of up and down motion of this interlacing idea, which is the underlying ordering principle of this roof. That is carried through in the new addition in the crowning element that caps all of the addition elements on this new addition. You see the articulation, and believe me, it is a privilege to work on this project, and it is our intention that materially and the execution of the details and the construction quality will be excellent and will be on par with the quality that is associated with the chateau. You can see the top finial details again at the east end of the building. And this shows the kind of paired window verticality which is indicative of the chateau is replicated in a kind of more abstract form by these bronze finials which slice through the limestone cladding of the facade. Here, what I think is important on this elevation, this eastern elevation, is that the east elevation of the addition follows in the same plane as the angled wall of the chateau, and by the building projecting like this, what it does is it spatially frames the Mackenzie forecourt and makes it a true forecourt. Here you see the Mackenzie entrance, actually marking an entrance now to Majors Hill Park. And I'll turn it over to Michael now, who can speak briefly about the heritage components.
I'll speak really briefly. Rob took most of my slides, so I wanted to say maybe 2 points that I think are important. The first point is this is a private hotel. It's a very important, significant historic building, but it's essential that this reinvestment occur at this hotel. It's essential because it needs to operate as a hotel, and it needs to compete with many other hotels. It's an essential piece of work that needs to happen, and the delays that have happened already in terms of process and approvals are concern for booking, because they must book years in advance. The second point I wanted to make was about the standards and guidelines, and I actually worked as the external advisor on the preparation of those guidelines. There's a standard for rehabilitation. It's not a standard for restoration or preservation, but it's for rehabilitation, making significant changes to buildings. It's the standard 11 that people have referred to already. It talks about being subordinate to, being distinguishable from, and being compatible with. And the thing is, you can't do just one of them. This was mentioned earlier. You have to actually balance all these three things. The idea about distinguishable from has come from international standards, international charters, where we talk about buildings you're not messing with the authenticity of the original artifact, but you're adding something that's new and of its own time. And you can think of things like I.M. Pei's addition to the Louvre as a classic example of that kind of work. There are all kinds of variables and gradations of this. I won't speak badly of the Hotel Elgin, because I like the hotel, but I've stayed there sometimes. So, distinguishable from means that the historicist proposal that was done a number of years ago for the chateau wouldn't be approvable at this point. It's not something you could do. Subordinate to means you don't outshine the existing building. You don't try and compete with the existing building. So the issue of this building having such an iconic roof line, we can't mimic that roof line. that would obviously ring false. We've looked at all kinds of examples of it. But the idea about being subordinate means you have to remove yourself from that position. You have to figure out how to be restrained, how to be respectful. And we've looked at other modern examples in Ottawa. For example, there's a close comparison, which I think has already been mentioned, with Softy's National Gallery, and those two modern buildings will bookend the park. And I think that's a really crucial urban design move. And then compatible with, I think we've already heard from Rob the number of ways in terms of proportions, materials, the quality of materials, are ways that the building can be compatible while still being distinguishable from. And I think also I'd like to thank your planning staff and your heritage staff for doing such a great job working with us and writing a complimentary report. Thank you very much.
Is this just questions or questions and comment? Questions and comment? Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. You can start the timer. Okay. Again, I've made the point through this that, you know, I'm on Built Heritage Subcommittee. I supported the motion coming to committee, and I supported that because I thought it was important to send a signal to council just how much difficulty we had with the proposed design. But the item that's here today is site plan. And you know, Councillor Harder and I, between us, have over 45 years of experience sitting on planning committee. And I know that I first got my education planning committee from Ben Franklin. And Ben told me, on an issue like this, you can hate the design or dislike it strongly, but if you're dealing with site plan, you have to recognize a couple of things. Number one, it's their property, and if they meet specifications that are laid out, it is their property no matter how much you dislike it, and you must deal with it like that. And I've taken that to heart over the past 25 years. And so I'll tell you right now, I don't like the design, but I think we're here today to deal with site plan. And on the site plan, I have one question dealing with, if you could just show us how you're handling the snow storage. That would be one thing I would like. I know it's in the report, but I'd like the public to see that. But site plan issues are what we're dealing with today. If there's an issue with the look of the place, the heritage of the place, that was to be dealt with by the federal government, Parks Canada, NCC. All of them could have gotten together and expropriated the property if it came to that, or they could have imposed restrictions that they have the power to impose that we don't have the power to impose. As well, the owner could have decided to make a different structure based on the public input that's come in. Or council could have reached a different decision last June, or could have revisited that decision if it was uncomfortable with the outcome. But here today, the question before us is the site plan. And so if you could just deal with the snow clearing right now, and then I'll finish.
Sure. I think that the new space that's being introduced in this proposal is the courtyard, and so what we're thinking of doing is actually heat tracing the courtyard surface, and then we would drain it so that the snow contained in the courtyard would be melted and drained that way. And then in terms of the forecourt on Mackenzie, it would be plowed and dealt with the way it's dealt with presently.
Which is?
To plow it out and to store it, it's trucked away.
Okay. Then the that would deal you've already talked about the park issue. And ironically, in my view, ironically, Parks Canada has virtually signed off on that. So that was one of the potential controls. So I just think we're dealing with the parking garage, how the public realm is handled, the snow clearing, and those issues here today. Those are the site plan issues. They haven't received a lot of attention here today, but they are the ones that we're deciding on. So if we could just confine ourselves to that issue, and that issue only today. If we have objections about other parts of it that deal with the heritage, that deal with compatibility, all that kind of thing, you're looking at controls that either council has to exercise, or the owner, or the federal government, or Parks Canada, or the NCC. And I think what's here today is simply site plan. And as I look at this, this is our last chance to deal with this site plan. And if it isn't the way you want it, then we need to change the site plan here today. And if we cloud the issue with other concerns, like how the building looks, and it can be, in my opinion, it doesn't look that great at all, but if we cloud the issue with that and vote down the site plan, two things happen. Number one, it will get appealed tomorrow and they will win. And number two, our own staff become people testifying against us in that situation. So I urge you to vote for the site plan, and if you have other concerns, I think you should take it up with the owners and with other people who have ability to control it, council, whoever else. And Member Quinn, Member Podolsky, and Mr. Weber all raised some very significant points that could be dealt with in these other fora. And for the public out there, if you want to have an influence on this, I really think you should speak to the owner and applicant, and you should speak to the others who've decided not to participate because they have the power. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Chair, if I could just, well, it wasn't specifically a question. Councillor Shirley made note of the national capital and the federal involvement in this process. And actually, a couple of the speakers also spoke to the fact that there doesn't seem to be any federal involvement in the project. And I just wish to clarify that we filed a federal land use approval application with respect to the demolition, and that was approved. We filed a federal land use development approval application with respect to the new construction, and we are meeting and presenting documents to the NCC. Their interests are certainly on the public realm. There is a portion of the upper terrace that is proposed to be demolished on the canal side to make way for the new stairway, and there is landscaping along Mackenzie that is on federal property that they are also involved in, as well as the interface with the park. So we are under review by the National Capital Commission, and we will be making additional presentations. We've been to Akbadar, the design panel at the National Capital Commission. We've been there 3 times so far, and we will be going back again as this project moves forward from the site plan aspect.
And for the small part that Parks Canada has some influence over, have they signed off or just not involved?
The input we've received to date from Parks Canada are the letters that your staff have made available to you. As far as the views aspect, they have, at least our interpretation of their letter is that they've signed off, and that they may still make further representations through the National Capital Commission, who are, we understand, embarking on a design study for Majors Hill Park as well, so we would be involved in working with them on that.
Okay, so I'm going to shift gears a bit because Councillor Fleury informed me that he actually has a presentation, and had I known that, I would have had him on before here. So Councillor Fleury, I'm going to ask you to do your presentation now. Can the three of you go back in the audience? We'll bring you back up for questions on that, because I think that it's important that we have the local councillors' presentation before we might change some of the questions on that you have to ask. So, okay? So, Councillor Fleury, you have 5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Sorry, members of committee, I thought I could pull my questions and comments, and certainly appreciate that I'll split the process. So this is really, I wanted to set the context, because a lot of the comments from colleagues are around process and are around this element of we don't want a replica, we don't want the Walt Disney, or you're uncomfortable with the modern. And I wanted to maybe set the contextual part of that issue. So as you know, this is a look right beside the Shaw Centre, so that's Mackenzie Bridge, into Ottawa's landscape. You could see the National Gallery there in between the 700 Sussex and the Chateau Laurier. Right across the street of the Chateau Laurier, and I'm sorry, I wish I had a better image, but this is 700 Sussex. I'm not an architect, I'm not an urban planner, but I've listened to a lot of the conversations specific to this, and when I hear folks talking about using materials and size that reflect the Chateau Laurier, even in modern times, I look at the 700 Sussex and I sort of see similar horizontal and vertical patterns. That's right across the street. Reference a bit south of there, but also facing on to Majors Hill Park, which is the American Embassy. Again, look at the window alignments, look at the size of the windows, look at the materials that were used. And then speaking, I wanted to maybe wrap the conversation up around the addition. So this is what I call now the new Senate building. That is an addition. That's an addition to that building, and it has not been that controversial. It has not drawn controversy. It was done recently, and I just wanted to give. I came across this picture earlier this week, just to show you how beautiful of a capital city we have, and how each angle matters in Ottawa's landscape, especially in and around the Parliament Precinct and the Confederation Boulevard. All that to say, the point that I'm trying to convey as part of this presentation, I hate that folks have pinned themselves, replica or modern. I think that there is an array of options in between that offer modern architecture, but that's reflective of materials in the surroundings of the Chateau Laurier, but that also takes sense of some of the buildings that have surrounded it. I don't want to go into more. I have questions to staff and obviously comments on the application, but really wanted to bring to committee's table this issue of replica versus modern and the ranges that could have been presented by the architectural groups.
That's a fantastic picture. Okay, thank you. So I think we'll go back now to the delegation previously, the applicant, and then obviously you'll be engaged in. Okay, so come on back up, please. And the first person up is Councillor Brockington. Sorry, I have for questions of the applicant, I have Brockington, we already had Shirelli, Brockington, Gower. I moved you, Jeff, because I wasn't sure when you were coming back, so. Moffat, did you say no? You didn't say you want to speak? Who wants to speak? Just let me know. So you've spoken, Brockington's going to speak. This is for the applicant, on wrap-up only? Okay, so only yourself. Yeah. So, okay, there you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, again for coming back. Saw you last week at Built Heritage, today at Planning. Councillor Shirelli's right. This is a privately owned building, but we're not building a grocery store in Bell's Corners. This is a nationally recognized, iconic building in Canada's capital city, in our parliamentary precinct, and there's a huge difference. I can't believe we've had 5 versions before us. It's extremely rare to go down the road this many times and to get it so wrong. I don't understand why, after the first version, why the public outcry was so strong, why the feedback was so clear, there weren't significant changes at that point. And again, after the second version and third version and fourth version. I don't get it. I honestly don't understand why it wasn't clear enough from everyone who has participated in this process, the experts who have chimed in, that we would go down the road with so many versions that really haven't changed. I know you've disputed me at the subcommittee, but it's still a version that Ottawa's public does not accept. And the backlash isn't against building an expansion to the hotel. We've heard from many people that they want to see that happen, and I made it very clear at the subcommittee last week that I very much do not want to stand in the way of the hotel expanding. I believe it's not only in your best business case to be able to offer what you're trying to offer, long-term units and more conference space and just a better overall hotel, but I think that helps the downtown core. It helps our city to have more hotel space, and I want to be part of that. But we continue to struggle with the versions, the look and feel, and I dispute the fact that the direction given to our staff have been met. It has not, and we heard that loud and clear at Built Heritage Subcommittee, including the 4 people that Council appointed to provide advice to the Built Heritage Subcommittee, who are on that subcommittee, are unanimously opposed to that version. So it continues to be a struggle, Mr. Chair, on that front. The question about the federal government's involvement has come up, but it's clear that they have not endorsed this version, from what I understand. There are components that, whether it's Parks or the NCC or anyone else, may have been asked to be involved in, but they have not signed off. They have not said that this is a version that they support. And it just adds to truly the lack of support there is for this version. I remember yesterday coming back to my office after a lengthy council meeting, trying to address some of my email and other work tasks, and just seeing my inbox all afternoon, shadow, 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 shadow. It was nonstop. And we've all had that. We've received hundreds of email and telephone calls from folks who are opposed to this. So I don't want to throw it back and ask the public to speak to the owners. We have an opportunity as a committee and council to say, you know what? The first 5 versions, we had more power than what we do now, and that's why it went through 5 versions, because you had to. And now that you don't have to anymore, you say to my question, if you're willing to make any changes. Last week you said, no, we don't want to. We have what we need. We have your senior staff signed off, and we're ready to move this forward. But I think you're quite unaware, or at least not accepting the fact that we can still have a win-win here. The people of Ottawa are not opposing an expansion of this hotel. They want a better look and feel, a more compatible version for the existing hotel. That is the issue. And I would implore you, before you proceed forward, to really reflect on that. You can get a design that you can still afford, that still looks good, and that would be much more compatible for the people of Ottawa. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. I'm looking around the table for others. Does anyone have any further questions? Seeing none,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming here today. We'll move on to questions to staff.
Councillor Gowers first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions for planning staff and some questions for legal. And I'm thinking to Councillor Brockington's comment about the number of emails we've received from the public. And I want to get on record very clearly because I completely understand the public's concern, but I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what the city can and can't do. We heard from a number of delegations today about buildings like the National Arts Centre, the renovation and new addition there, the Museum of Nature, Bank of Canada, Government Conference Centre. Those don't usually come through this committee. Why is that? Why are they different than the Chateau Laurier?
The key difference is that the Chateau Laurier is not a federally owned building.
If we refuse the site plan, we know the applicant can appeal. If we refuse the site plan, can we tell the applicant what architect to use?
Madam Chair, the answer to that is no, we cannot do that.
Can we tell the applicant what design or architectural style to use?
Madam Chair, it would be up to the landowner, the property owner to come forward. As you know, it's gone through the heritage process, but we can't dictate specifically what they do, no.
Has staff left any stone unturned in terms of applying standards and guidelines, in terms of applying City of Ottawa policy, in terms of provincial legislation, any other bylaw or possible framework that could be applied? Has there been anything else that has not been applied in this case?
Madam Chair, in our opinion, the answer to that would be no.
We know the applicant can appeal. It's interesting to me that they haven't appealed yet, because we heard earlier today they've been in a position to appeal since, I believe it was 2017 in March. I'm curious about if the applicant decides to appeal in the event that we reject this, would the applicant be appealing to build the version that's on the screen here, or could they appeal back to a previous version of the designs?
Madam Chair, that might be a...
Madam Chair, I'll take this one.
Exactly. I was going to say a question for legal, actually.
So, Madam Chair,
I was going to say that.
if they take this one, then they will have the ability to subpoena city staff in order to provide evidence in support of this one. There is a possibility that they could go forward with a different design to LPAT. The downside for them is that would allow me, depending on what instructions I receive from committee, to call staff as witnesses.
Okay. I have a wrap-up. Should I save that or do it now, Chair?
It's entirely up to you, but why not do it now?
Why not?
Because it's like pulling teeth. I'll ask once more if there's questions to staff or wrap up. Questions to staff? Nobody? I think Councillor Fleury doesn't have questions. I know you do. I know. I have Moffat next, and I have Brockington. So if you're comfortable wrapping up now, wrap up, and then we'll go into wrap up. Right?
Yeah, I wanted to speak a little bit to my role as chair of the Built Heritage Subcommittee and how it applies here. And there's a saying in the legal world, the fairness of the justice system is in the making of fair decisions. You can have all the rules and all the process you want, but if you don't make consistent, fair decisions, your system becomes unfair. We've heard just now that staff have applied everything in their toolkit on this file. And I know that staff and councillors have also negotiated and encouraged, made appeals to LARCO. The process, council lifted delegated authority last year so it could come to this committee. This is a private building, although significant public interest. It's a national historic site and very important to people in Ottawa. But the fairness of the system is in making fair decisions. The easiest decision today would be to reject. This is a difficult decision for me personally. I'm not making a lot of friends here. As chair, though, of Built Heritage Subcommittee and as a member of this planning committee, I need to park my personal opinion and approach every file in a fair and objective way. Much like Councillor Shirelli referred to earlier, the lessons he learned from former Nepean Mayor Ben Franklin. There is so much subjectivity in built heritage and in, I guess, in planning and site plans and zoning as well. We need to anchor ourselves in the objective things that we do have. We may wish for a different design or more intuitive compatibility, but we can only do that in the context of the rules at our disposal and what council's allowed us to do with lifting delegated authority. I know what outcome the public is looking for. I just want to be very clear. I believe the outcome is the same whether we accept or reject today. We accept it, the building gets built much as we see it today. We reject it, the building gets built much as we see it today, and we're spending staff resources from legal and planning and heritage, taking them away from other files potentially, spending money, as Councillor Blais established with his questions earlier, and we're achieving the outcome either way. So I will be voting to approve this site plan application, and I would encourage my colleagues here on the committee to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Moffat, and then Councillor Brockington, and then Councillor Blais.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick point or question. In the reports, page 15, so it's 1415, under the Urban Design Review Panel section, there's just a part that speaks to the panel recommended a more solid base expression, but the architect prefers a transparent base punctuated by granite panels. And then the part I was focused on here, the pairing the windows in addition was also explored with staff, but was found to be unsuccessful and not adopted by the project architect. I'm just curious from the city's perspective, why pairing the windows, or even we've talked about punched windows has come up often, why that was found to be unsuccessful. Yeah, fenestration is the key word here that we all seem to like.
It really comes down to the architect's design and his desire for this building as a modernist building, and it didn't feel that when they explored the pairing of the window, they didn't feel that it suited well the building that they were trying to achieve.
What are you talking?
So it's more, I mean, because the report sort of speaks that it was found to be unsuccessful, which would make me feel that staff felt it was unsuccessful, but you're suggesting it was more that the architect, the project architect was more of the mind that it was unsuccessful.
Yeah, and we didn't agree with them. We didn't disagree with them, sorry.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, that's really all I had.
You're done? Let's see. Councillor Brockington, then Councillor Blais, Councillor Fleury after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if you have significant issues with the design, if you approve the site plan, it's game over, because there's no chance that I think council is going to take a second look at this based on the vote we had yesterday. I am not, Madam Chair, interested at all ever holding up a file, deliberately holding up a file, obstructing it. I want to get it right. That's my intent. I want to get it right. And I'm not willing to yield my responsibilities in that regard. I see Mr. Willis here, and I'd like to, I don't know if Mr. Willis signed off on this matter, if it made it up to his desk, but I would like to ask him, and I ask this in good faith because I think it's important for this committee to hear that. My question is, given the authority that council vested into our staff a year ago, and given the public outcry on the designs that had been publicly released up to that point, why was staff not more assertive in demanding a different version than what we see before us? If you had that power, why did we not see something a little bit different than what we had previously seen?
So, Chair, I would not characterize staff as not being assertive in the process. Since council, we've had 30 separate meetings with the applicant. We sent a team to Toronto to work with them to try to understand council's requests and demands through the conditions of the previous approval. We've worked very closely. I mean, ultimately, this is a debate between an architect who wishes to do a modernist design versus what I'm hearing a lot of concern related to desire for a more postmodernist design. And we don't exactly have the liberty to tell an architect which architectural style to pick. We have to work with them within the palette that they're prepared to do, subject to council's final approval.
And I think that is the challenge in retrospect when, and I'm not at all remorseful about the decision I made a year ago, because I do believe, given the amount of time that was spent on the file, the number of versions that, and I don't speak for Councillor Nussbaum, but he was looking for a solution to get this going forward, to provide that authority to staff, and based on input heard thus far, come up with a version that the two parties can agree with. The challenge is if the Built Heritage Subcommittee and members of council, a select member of council, don't agree that those parameters that were provided to staff have been met, what our recourse is. That's where it gets murky. We've heard today what the local councillor's intent is, and we'll hear that when it comes to council, but that's sort of been my frustration, given that both the proponent, our staff, members of council have heard loud and clear from the public what they are and are not expecting, why we still got versions that were more or less this rectangular shaped version that we've seen here. So I just wanted to articulate that. I do hope members of council, Madam Chair, when it actually gets to council, will at least allow it on the floor for debate. But I appreciate the discussion we've had here today.
Thank you. Councillor Blais.
Thanks very much. Would you mind bringing up the elevation, please, the side elevation, I think? I'll know when I see it. I'll let you know. No, the one where it's longer. Yeah, there you go. So this to me is not great, right? I think renderings are often either better or worse than they actually end up being in real life. And it's hard for the human eye to conceptualize a drawing with pencils and markers, or in this case probably computers, what that'll actually mean in real life when there's sunlight, when the stars are out, when the building's illuminated, when there's street lights and everything else that actually happens in real life. Would you mind pulling up Councillor Fleury's presentation very quickly? There you go. And if you could go to the Government Conference Center. The vertical slats and the glass, that looks very much like what the Chateau Laurier addition is proposing, except for that's a picture of a building in real life. There's natural light, there's everything else that's there. You know, we never see cars and overhead wires and street lighting in renderings. This is an actual picture of something that looks a lot like what the drawing looks like, but it's happening in real life. And as Councillor Fleury described, there was absolutely no outcry about this change to the Government Conference Center. I don't remember getting any emails or calls about this change to the Government Conference Center. And so this leads me to think that maybe in real life it might get pulled off a little bit better than the drawing suggests that it might. That being said, I agree with some of my colleagues that this has not been an easy file. It didn't start off easily when some politicians came out in support of the original proposal, and that I think perhaps gave people the false impression that they were on the right track, and that track continued for some time. But can you go back to the very last picture, the rear picture from afar that has the shadow with the rendering of what it would look like from afar? I think it's probably your last slide. I think it's the one that was up all the time. The one you had on the screen, the static image you had. Yeah, there. Oh. No, it's the view from the other side of the river, looking back towards Parliament and the back. Yeah, there you go. Look, I'm going to be 39 in July. I've lived in Ottawa my whole life. I've looked at the Chateau Laurier my whole life. If I look at this picture, I'm not sure I can tell the difference to God's honest truth. I don't know. I cannot visualize the difference. You know, maybe it's the distance I'm from the screen, but I'm not sure how you tell. And so when you compare this image from afar with the picture in real life of the Government Conference Centre that seems to me to have an actual real life construction of similar style to what the addition has, you know, maybe it'll end up being better than the drawing suggests. I think this has been a very confusing, mixed up process as a result of how things started off with news releases and press articles and shortcuts at committee and so on and so forth. But I'm not sure it's worth risking $200,000 to fight a losing battle, not when the federal government has either decided not to take their responsibility for the parliamentary precinct or has yet to use it. If they want to act on protecting the parliamentary precinct for their own purposes, they have that opportunity to do so between now and October, or afterwards, I suppose. So I'm not sure why Ottawa taxpayers who have trouble driving on roads without potholes and have parks that are falling apart want to spend $200,000 on lawyers and consultants. I'm just not sure I can go back to justify that to folks. So as ugly as the drawings are, I'm hopeful that in real life it'll turn out better, that it'll turn out more like the Government Conference Centre, which I don't think anyone has opposed, and that we can get on to other business in the city.
Thank you. Okay, I have Councillor Fleury. Who else wanted to speak? Anybody else? Well, I want Councillor Fleury to have last. Anybody else besides Councillor Leeper? Okay, Councillor Leeper, then Councillor Fleury.
Thanks, Chair, and I will keep it brief. First, I do want to say that I will do whatever I can to help Councillor Fleury get this on the floor of Council. I think that it is critical that councillors weigh in. We adopted a motion to give staff the ability, according to certain criteria, to approve the heritage permit. And I hear a lot of legitimate disagreement that has, in fact, those criteria been met. And I think given the public reaction that we've seen, given the reaction I've heard from my colleagues, it's important that Council weigh in, and I look forward to having that opportunity to do so on the floor of Council. I think that is a key responsibility of ours. I don't believe that it has met the conditions of the heritage approval. With respect to site plan, it's interesting because we haven't really talked very much about the site plan elements, but site plan is, it's more than just the width of the drive aisles or the placement of trees. I may have some disagreements with legal staff as to exactly what is within the purview of site plan, but generally speaking, the color, texture, and type of materials, window detail, construction details, architectural detail, interior design of buildings are within the purview of city councils and staff to talk about when we're approving site plans. And we've heard that the heritage conditions, in the view of staff, if not of all councillors and certainly not of the public, that has been achieved, that heritage is okay with this redesign. But when I take it back to the broader, what do you think of this as a building that contributes or not to our public realm, I believe that we have grounds in site plan to say no, that the materials, the architectural details, the windows need a lot more work. So I don't necessarily have to reject this proposal on the grounds of heritage considerations. I think simply from a building that is being subject to site plan, we can very legitimately turn it down. I don't believe that this building makes a positive contribution to the public realm, and I believe that it could very fruitfully stand more work back and forth with staff. So I'll be voting today to, I'll be voting against the approval of site plan, and I will look forward to a chance to talk about whether or not it meets heritage criteria on the floor of council at a meeting soon. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, one last chance before I go to Councillor Fleury. Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. If we could hold my time, I just want to thank colleagues and council. We had a really rough day yesterday at council where, you know, individuals got into personal attacks, and I want to thank colleagues today. We're able to talk about very difficult file. No one's happy about it. No one's comfortable about it, and being respectful about it. I think we owe it to our resident, we owe it to the city to be able to have these conversations, and we might not always agree on things, but there's ways to approach it. So I want to thank the chair and committee members for that. I was, and again, I was at, I'll leave it at that. I think that's sufficient. Now, I have a question and then I'll go to my comments. Following at the Built Heritage Subcommittee, the question of Parks Canada was brought up, and I just want to confirm that Parks Canada is not here today. Can we get staff comment as to?
They didn't sign up, for sure.
Yeah.
Allison?
No, Parks Canada is not here today.
But maybe the question is.
No, it's just we had given a direction, and I said we should even inform the minister that the committee is asking for Parks Canada to be here so that we can. Parks Canada is part of this entire thing. I know they ended up being supportive, but they've transitioned in their opinion, and I wanted to ask them key questions, which we're not able to today at committee. Just want to make that for the record. One of my colleagues, and I want to put my best foot forward. When this application came out, I have no public comments on it. I just know that there's a demo of a parking lot, a surface parking lot at the back of a building in an important landmark. So yes, I did back down on my comments following public feedback on it very early. I'm comfortable in doing that. I don't think that I need to hold positions that I change my mind on. It's a file that's evolved over the last 3 years. And you know, I'm comfortable with that. I don't feel that I need to own a position. Things evolve, things change, and I'm totally comfortable with that. So I want that for the record as well, that I did change my position, and I am today, based on the feedback of committee, of residents, you see by my comments that I'm asking you not to support the latest submission. I won't go into details as my comments, and I invite committee members and members of the public to read my comments if they're interested to know exactly the details of why I'm not in favor of this application. But I want to present to you a couple of elements. We have an applicant with a group of architects. We have then the city who's reviewing it, and then you have planning and committee members and council members. The architect and design and the applicant we have no control over. The city has specific parameters to look over, and then above that, the fact that we're planners, the fact that we're not planners, that we're not legal staff, that we're not architects, is not relevant. We're here to speak on behalf of your residents of Ottawa. And we heard loud and clear from residents that they were not comfortable with the submission. Notice that the application has gotten some progress. It went from a 12-story building down to a 7, and the range of comments relating to that specific element have also dropped. So you can see that I'm not speaking to the height of that building. We've changed to we've focused in on the types of issues that were raised in the latest submission. But I want to be clear, and I was involved with the drafting of the motion at the Built Heritage Committee, which later went to planning, and I recognize some members weren't there, and it's fair that all of the process and assumption can't be made. But I want to indicate to you, and feel free to reach out to Councillor Nussbaum and Barry Podolsky, who were also involved in drafting that motion. Committee and council were sending a strong message, maybe an informal one, but as clear one as we could, that the architectural group at the time was not cutting it. That's what we were sending as a message. And I want to applaud the patience of city staff in those 30 meetings. They don't have a choice either on who the applicant or who the architectural team is. So I'm not blaming city staff, and I want to be clear that city staff have done what they could with this applicant and this architectural group. Very important to put that on record. But I'm going back to committee and council. The decision you're asked is also, it's not just based on site plan. It's based on the direction that council gave to staff and to the applicant as part of this. And I don't believe that was ever achieved. We didn't get a new architecture. We didn't get a new group. It was a work of the same old group, which I believe is not sufficient, which I believe did not meet the criteria, which I believe was not the intent of committee. I want committee to say no, and I don't want you to get boggled down in the financials or the process. For the simple matter, and you heard it from Mr. Collinet, who's a former cabinet minister, the federal government right now is not involved because we're not consistent. But if committee and council is consistent that a landmark, a historical landmark in the capital city should not be built because of clear reasons that we've highlighted through that motion, I'm pretty sure that it'd be Parks Canada, that it'd be Public Works Canada, that it'd be the National Capital Commission, that it'd be Cabinet, you'd start seeing federal involvement in such a piece. So I'll leave it at that. I want committee and council to really consider the matter in front of us, not on its purity of this is a site plan and the process is flawed, but on the process of sending a really strong message based on the feedback we receive from the community to say, look, like it or not, this is not to the standard of a capital city, this is not to the standard of a landmark, and work through, let the politics around us work its way through what that would mean. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have anything else to say? Well, I want to thank all the people that came out to speak today for sure, because every single one of you knows far more about heritage than I will ever know. And I appreciate that. I know all of us do. And while I stopped trying to separate the two, I know that it was impossible for you to do so. One of the things that I thought was important was the applicant showing the Chateau Laurier, not the back of it, but the front of it. And the front that will remain as it is in 50 years, 100 years, you will never see an addition that will go on the back at some point from the front, just like the shot that we saw of the new Senate with the old train station. You will not see that ever from there because of the setbacks that the staff have put in. Appealed. But I know, and all of us know, that our staff worked really, really hard, many of our staff, and they worked hard for Councillor Fleury and his part of town, but for all of us in the city of Ottawa. It was very important to every one of us. And while we may not like the end result, I can tell you there are people that do, and people of consequence in this city that didn't want to come out and as they said, become part of the group. But they're people that, if I was to tell you their names, you would know their names, and you would know them well. And they said, I happen to like it. But you know what? They're not the architects. We have people in the audience here who are. So to all of you, I appreciate very much your input, and I thank you for your attention today. So we'll have yeas and nays on the site plan for the Chateau Laurier 1 Rideau. Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Brockington. No. Councillor Blais. Yes. Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tierney?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Oh, and Councillor Al Shantiri. Thank you
Yes.
for coming today, by the way.
No problem.
On a city building item, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, ex officio. That's 8-3. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Fleury. We have 2 items left that have been held. I don't imagine that they're going to take very long, but one never knows. And so I'm asking, we're past an hour past where I should have asked you if you would stay for lunch. If we could work through for lunch, I didn't. Do you want to just finish the agenda now? I know that Councillor Blais, you have to leave shortly. Okay, but thank you very much for staying. All right, so we'll go on to the next item. The next item is, what is it? 114 Richmond. We don't have a presentation on this. We do have speakers. So, David Fleming? David, you're here to speak on 114 Richmond Road. David Jeans, are you still here? Okay, Alex Bushell? Is Alex here? Okay, I know that you're here, Miguel. And Rod Leahy, I see you. So, Mr. Fleming, come on forward, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to raise some concerns that we have about the fact that staff are recommending that they lift the holding zone on this project as part of the zoning application. As you recall, the holding zone was put in there because we were very concerned with the ongoing deterioration of the heritage building as a result of the construction of the condos along Richmond Road, and we're worried that the work on the apartment building that is being covered under this zoning will be further jeopardized, and what the city is going to be able to do about it. So the idea was to have a holding zone on the rezoning for the 9-story section of the project that will be lifted when a significant portion of the restoration of the heritage building has been completed. And that was agreed upon. That was raised at 2 public meetings and was raised at Planning Committee. And I guess we want to know why the holding zone is not going to be there. And staff were also supposed to look into an alternative to this, and this was to put up a substantial bond that the owner would forfeit if, in fact, there was further damage to the heritage building. And that doesn't seem to be included either. So, ergo, the city has no control. We don't have a quid pro quo that was negotiated when this project started, these many years ago, that the developer would be able to build their new structures once they have done due diligence to their responsibilities under the Ontario Heritage Act for the existing building. And now what we're hearing is that we have no way, not only is not a quid pro quo, but we have no way of either through a holding zone or from some financial bond to make sure that this is done. Madam Chair, you are on the Mayor's Task Force with me and others, and you will know that this has been on the watch list, the Heritage Watch list for the Mayor's Task Force since the task force was formed. So I think there's some justification that, we have to be very concerned that if things continue as they do, given the track record of the owner, that we could really jeopardize the existing heritage building. And I would ask the committee to reject this zoning unless there was some way that we could have some sort of influence on the owner to make sure that they do their justice to the heritage building. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fleming, I think Councillor Leeper has something to contribute at this point.
Just a quick note, Chair, that I absolutely hear the concern and I share it. The new building isn't two different buildings anymore. It's not a convent and an apartment building. It is being redeveloped as a single building after the permission that was granted in the last term of council to connect the buildings. Electrical and servicing will be going through. But I will be seeking, as part of today's rezoning, I'll be asking staff to take direction on collecting securities against further damage to the convent and to make sure that that is restored according to what the plans that we heard last summer were. So I share your concern, and I'll be seeking securities on this one.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you.
Miguel Tremblay and Rod Leahy, please. And I should say that the planner on this file is Steve Gauthier, and he's up here, of course, with I guess the person that sits before us most in the hot seat, Doug James. Yeah, I know. You were looking very comfortable. I know. That's why I thought about letting you do it earlier.
Sure. So
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I don't think our intent is to do a full presentation. Maybe we'll just respond to Mr. Fleming's concerns, which some of them are actually dealt with in the staff report. But just in general terms, the zoning is what is actually going to facilitate the restoration and the reuse of this heritage building. It's not going to prevent it. Yes, there are steps being taken to remove the holding provision, but it's because we're in a position to give the committee and staff a higher degree of comfort. The zoning actually got more prescriptive, and as Councillor Leeper noted, the proposed 9-story building with its better articulation and all those things is now well integrated into the heritage structure, which is going to require one coordinated building permit to address issues of, like you said, heating and ventilation systems. The amenity space, for instance, for the 9-story building is actually in the heritage building on the ground floor, along with a commercial tenant. So there is very much the synergy that the community is seeking to make sure that the restoration of that building occurs in concert with the 9-story building. Of additional comfort, and why I would discourage you from requiring the securities for the comfort of knowing that nothing's going to happen to that building. Ashcroft is now proposing 2 floors of residential units within the heritage building, along with the commercial component and along with the amenity space. It shares all of the city's concerns related to that heritage building. It's an important part of their project. It's part of the revenue. I think it's 96 units are in the convent building, so they have no desire to lose that. And they're going to take all of the steps required to protect that building. As a matter of fact, I understand that John Cook has already started doing scanning of the walls and doing all the things he needs to do to put Ashcroft in a position to construct. So Ashcroft shares the commitment to protecting that building for the same and different reasons as the city. So I don't see the need for security or discomfort with the zoning. That's it.
Actually, I have a question on that because, as Mr. Fleming said, I am on the Heritage Matters Task Force. And so I'm going to ask Court, I think, are you assured that we have enough oomph, if you will, or protection in place for the concerns that Mr. Fleming addressed?
Madam Chair, being that this building is unoccupied and designated, it is on the Mayor's Task Force on Heritage Matters watch list, one of 34 buildings. It is subject to inspection every 3 months, and I spoke to my colleagues this morning in Bylaw Services, and they informed me that there are no outstanding property standards issues with regards to this property, meaning we have no concerns with any of the heritage attributes at this point in time.
So what would happen if, during the inspection, that they were to notice something, kind of a derelict of duty? What would the steps be? And I know Mr. Fleming knows this as well as I do, but not everybody is on that task force. Oh, Glenn Gower, Councillor Gower's on that too, so.
So, Madam Chair, each of the properties is inspected every 3 months. Certainly, if anything is seen by a resident or by the ward councillor and brought to our attention, we will send out, working with Building Code and Bylaw Property Standards Officer, to inspect. And we have various levels of progressive enforcement leading up to orders and summons as we've been undertaking across the city over the last 3 years as the last step.
Does that give you any assurance? Does that give you any, because being on the list does have a lot of attention on it.
It does, but so for example, the chapel is a much beloved heritage feature in the building. The original stonework, original elements of the building, it would be very easy during what is going to be a pretty substantial construction for mistakes to be made by contractors damaging our heritage building. I want those securities in place to ensure that the very highest level of attention is being paid by the building owner to the contractors who are going to be working on it. An extra level of supervision, an extra level of care to ensure that the building is restored the best it can be.
Okay, so.
If I could make
Yes.
a comment?
Go ahead.
My concern is one, by posting this large amount, you actually just...
Do we know what the large amount is?
Well, I've heard numbers floated.
Well, see, I haven't heard any numbers floated, so this is why I'm in a quandary.
My concern is to tie up money that actually can be used to move this building forward.
Yeah.
We're comfortable as the architect that by wrapping the building, stop thinking of it as one building, I've got a certain amount of control in terms of occupancy, in terms of substantial completion, that the client is made to complete the project and is protected. I think the fact that it's, it's a Ontario designated building under the Act, it's protected that way. So I'm quite comfortable that allowing the project to proceed is the best way to fix this building. This is probably the largest publicly or privately owned heritage asset in the city right now. That's moving forward.
Chair Gower?
Not passing judgment on the applicants in particular, but we've seen enough cases where, despite best intentions or best promises, they haven't been met. They haven't met our expectations. So I agree with Councillor Leeper's request to staff that we include securities as part of this.
Well, then there has to be some discussion about the amount of securities, because, and I would ask, why do we have a process for the Heritage Matters Task Force? Really, why do we have that? That's the reason we have that, is for a security itself that the mayor has put in place, So I don't think this is something that we should be negotiated so on the floor here about money and that, because none of us really have a clue what might be needed. So you were saying that you've heard amounts, bandied around in that. I haven't heard any. It's actually the first time hearing of this at all. I thought that this was a positive thing, that we're actually going forward today with this. I mean, it's been so long, okay? And so I'm listening to what you say. And again, because I'm on the Heritage Task Force Matters, which is a priority of the mayor's, I actually think that we have the protection there. And I know that we will absolutely, no matter who the contractor is or who the owner is, I mean, look at the situation we have. Certainly, this is no Somerset, for example, right? McGee, that's my favorite. Court tells me sometimes somebody might get on a sidewalk there. Those are things for me that are also part of that, but we're engaged with it all the time. I'll put it to a vote, but I'm not comfortable with not having, monies and that sort of thing. And I would much rather have staff come back if they feel the need and ask for something, or just take the action.
But can we-
I'm happy to put it forward if you have one.
Can we do it that way? I'm wondering if staff would accept it as direction to seek securities toward the heritage restoration, subject to the concurrence of the ward councillor and planning chair, or the heritage chair. And then we can have that discussion offline in terms of how much that actually is.
Well, we also, not counselor, sorry to demote you. Miguel?
I'm not well suited for that. Just a few additional points in that the staff report actually does contemplate whether the securities would be appropriate, and what the staff report concluded was that there are other mechanisms to give everyone a little bit of comfort. I don't even think the staff report at the time fully appreciated how integrated the construction of these two buildings were going to be. So that's above and beyond, but again, there's other steps to restrict, for instance, the southern portion of the lot, knowing that there's future development coming and that is a mechanism there where there could be implications for Ashcroft if the heritage works don't proceed or don't proceed according to plan. I mean, we're talking about, we're making a distinction also between who's applying here, and there was an earlier discussion where I believe Councillor Gower said, the system has to remain fair, otherwise it becomes unfair in how we treat everyone. I don't recall a discussion where securities were imposed on the Chateau Laurier for potential damages to that. The staff report concluded that securities weren't necessary, and we're kind of batting around that while Ashcroft doesn't have a good track record, we should be imposing something on them that we may not impose on others. So
And
cautioning the committee.
we shouldn't, nor you shouldn't be saying something to potentially libel us either. So more historical perhaps, but here's my suggestion, okay? Because this is very high profile, I would think it's like in the top 3 of the high profile of the items that we have before us at the Heritage Matters Task Force. Would you agree? Okay, so why don't we deal with the zoning, and why don't we refer the idea of whether or not we should look at formally securing or a way that we are comfortable, and have you attend the next Heritage Matters Task Force meeting. Mr. Fleming's there, Mr. Gower, the mayor, of course, he's the lead on it, and you could come and speak to that, and then give staff a little bit of time to actually assess what it is financially and that they'd be looking at. The worst thing that can happen is that we'd have to come back here potentially, or to FEDCO or something like that with it. But it's better than just kind of like pulling something out of the sky and not, would that work for you? You still have the option to come back.
Chair, I think the Heritage Matters Task Force is a proactive way of monitoring buildings that are in danger of neglect. It's a different mechanism from one in which we are seeking through a construction project to try to ensure that the work is constructed or the work is done to the satisfaction of our heritage staff. Another potential mechanism, I am sorry that we're doing this on the fly, because I am supportive of the zoning. I want to see this move ahead, is to Menno's point, is can we ensure that they never ever get to develop the southern half of that lot through a holding zone if there is any damage, or if the convent is not restored to the heritage staff's satisfaction? Put a holding zone on that southern lot.
Staff say they're good with that. Are you good with that?
We have that in the report.
You have that in the report already?
I'm just looking for the wording of that, and I apologize. It's
On the zoning, you're good.
Page
I just
8.
am way more
Page 9.
comfortable with that. Rather than, try to.
So
some magic
page 8
number.
under direction of staff.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Steve.
Page 8, direction to staff. The last sentence.
okay. Yeah. They're intending to add. Is there anything we can do on that today?
Just, Madam Chair, there are two actually rezoning applications on the property. One is for what you have before you today, and the other is for the southern portion here for two buildings, a retirement home and condominium. As part of that rezoning, which will come back to council, or planning committee and council, it is our intention to put a holding on there that does not take place until, and that would be lifted, that holding would be lifted when staff or heritage staff are satisfied that the work has been completed on, in the convent to their satisfaction. That's the only time that would be lifted. There were really two concerns. One was that it would be left derelict, or two, that the back end would be constructed and then it would just be on its own and sort of almost impossible to construct because there's a building on all sides and this is a school. So that would actually help as well with that holding provision.
So the current wording of the report is that the holding on the southern portion of the property would only be lifted when occupancy permit is issued for the convent. I'd be seeking heritage staff concurrence that the convent was restored according to the plans put forward by the developer and agreed to by the councillor.
And we're quite comfortable with that because the first thing we do prior to any work, major work being done on the building and behind, is to finish stabilization and bringing the actual structure of the building. Occupancy is a much longer process away in terms of finalizing even what tenancies go into the building. So.
I don't know if staff were, if Mr. Mark was listening to that conversation?
I was, Madam Chair.
Would it be possible to get a motion to that effect to amend this report? That on page 9 where it reads, the holdings restricts development of the southern portion of the property and would only be lifted when occupancy permit is issued for the convent. Can we amend the report such that it requires heritage staff concurrence?
Madam Chair, could I impose upon the council to say we will deliver wording to you for you to introduce at council?
That's perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
But we'll also have, I'm going to go to Councillor Gower.
I just think there is precedent for significant buildings in terms of taking securities. This wouldn't be the first time, and I think we should keep the window open and continue your suggestion that staff take direction on it between now and council and come back to us with a recommendation.
Chair, I'm willing to have this discussion between now and when council meets.
And include the applicant, please.
I'll include the applicant.
For sure. So on the zoning,
There's the delegations.
where are they?
Is Alex not here?
No, I called everybody.
Just questions?
I can ask them again. I thought you just said that you approved it.
Oh, I approve of the zoning. I have just some other questions. One of the really important ones to the community, and this one is for staff. The plans that were shown to us last summer show access and egress to this new development from Leighton Terrace. The plans that are in front of us show that as well, but I want to make sure that we are still having the bigger, broader discussion among all the bad options that we have for entry and egress to the site overall.
Yes, Madam Chair. As the councillor pointed out, for this proposal, this zoning, which is the building immediately behind, attached to and behind the convent, the access is to and from Leighton. With respect to whether or not access to the southern portion, where that will come from, is for another day. It's not part of this, but it's still out there, yes.
And for this portion as well, there is still the option to change that access to a different entry egress once you've built that big ass garage.
Of course, Madam Chair, there is, yes.
Sorry, that's a technical term. I didn't. Apologies for the profanity. Thank you.
Oh my, anybody else? So we have an amendment, a motion.
Great. The visual is probably easier to see on the back of the sheet, but it is, again, a technical amendment. So therefore, be resolved that the Planning Committee recommend to Council to replace the schedule in Document 5, revised Schedule 256, with the attached scheduled, and be it further resolved that pursuant to the Planning Act, subsection 3417, no further notice be given.
So on the amendment? Carrie? On the report as amended? Carrie, with more work to be done between now and, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Come on down. So you, yeah, so I don't want to destroy.
I don't have any questions, Chair.
Good times at Ridgemont High, okay? So, yeah, yick and yak. Formerly, though, it's the zoning bylaw amendment for 211 Loretta Avenue South, where once again the, Justin Bieber challenged Tom Cruise to a fight at the OK Corral, and now we've got the other duo of Murray Chown and Councillor Leeper. So.
And I don't want any members
I
of
don't
the...
know, I think Tom has more, yes, because you have more tats than he does, yeah. So there, although we don't know that, Murray might. Okay, now we're getting silly. Zoning bylaw amendment, this is a very serious committee. Zoning bylaw amendment, 211 Loretta Avenue South. We have only one speaker if needed, and I think he needs to. But would you like to hear what Councillor Leeper is going to say first so you can respond to him?
I think I'll go first, and
All
then
right.
Councillor Leeper can direct questions to me.
Not often going to get that right, too, so you might as well take advantage of it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I was saying to Councillor Leeper, I'm glad I brought a lot of homework with me this morning that I could catch up on some reading materials while you debated the Chateau Laurier proposal. This application pales in comparison to that application, that's for sure. What's before the committee this afternoon is a recommendation from staff to approve the rezoning, a minor rezoning application, which would allow for what I characterize as the most discrete form of intensification that's available to the city. And by discrete, I'm referring to the addition of a basement unit in an existing building. And so what makes it a discrete form of intensification? I think what makes it discrete is the fact that should this be approved and should a unit be added to the basement, it doesn't result in any additional building height. It doesn't result in any further reductions in side yard setbacks. It doesn't result in the loss of any amenity space or green space. It does not result in a requirement for any additional parking. It doesn't have any noticeable or measurable impacts on the neighborhood or the community. And I think to some extent that's reflected by the fact that the Winona application back in April and the application here today, there are no residents speaking to the application, and there are no community association representatives speaking to the application. The tests for a rezoning application are very simple. There are only two tests. The first test is whether or not the application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, and the second test is whether or not the application conforms to your official plan policies. The advice of your professional planning staff, as set out in their report to you this morning, indicates that in their opinion, this application is consistent with the provincial policy statement and does conform to your official plan. Process being followed is not a test when reviewing an application for rezoning. I've heard the concerns about the process that have been followed with respect to this application, and I heard them with respect to the application of Winona that was before you in April. Those concerns do not relate to the application that's before you in terms of whether or not it meets the tests under the Act for considering an application for rezoning. We can talk about process and we can deal with process, but it's not something that members of this committee or members of council should be considering when evaluating the application that's before you. I would urge the committee today, and I would urge council when the matter rises to council, to accept the recommendation from your professional staff and approve the application that's before you today. Thank you very much.
not one zinger in that whole statement, so. Did you have anything to say, Councillor Leeper?
Why, thank you for asking, Chair.
Because, you know, you're this close stopping us to, you know, between lunch and our next meeting, planning, what's it called?
And
Agenda
colleagues, I can only say the process issue. So I think everyone probably remembers the Winona application from a couple of months ago. The developer has gone to the Committee of Adjustment to say, I want to build a triplex. They've built a triplex with all of the construction necessary to quickly convert the basement into a fourth unit. And even though our building inspectors see that fourth unit roughed in, it's not actually being used as one. There is no way in which City Council can weigh in on whether or not that is appropriate. The process is driving us to these constant, after-the-fact, fourth unit conversions. Mr. Chown and I and some architects and city planners recently went for a walk around Westboro to take a look at infill. And I would suggest that, you know, as a quarter of each block that we saw had been infilled, or potentially somewhere maybe more. Our neighborhood is being taken down and built back up according to our intensification policies, but it's been done in a way in which too often residents are not talking about the benefits of intensification in a way that they're not talking about how should intensification be accomplished in a way that serves the public interest. All they see is things being imposed on them, and they see City Council passing fourth units in buildings that were purported to be triplexes. Staff support the application, but staff are not wholeheartedly supporting, yes, we think that the process is excellent. Staff have their frustrations with the process too. Mr. Chown has actually turned the process around on its head in recent months. He has begun to approach the community, and he's begun to approach the committee with a very above-board statement at the outset of the process. We're going to the Committee of Adjustment to ask for a triplex, but committee members, it is our intention to take our chances with City Council to get a fourth unit. So the Committee of Adjustment and the community all know what the score is ahead of time. And that is the beginning of a more productive conversation about intensification. I am asking Council, because we have no other mechanism to protest the loopholes in how the process works that allows developers to do this time and time again. I'm asking Council to turn down this application in an effort to get the developers in Westboro and Kitchissippi Ward and in your wards soon to begin to be more transparent in their conversations with the community. Thank you.
I'm sure. No questions? On the zoning and bylaw amendment 211 Loretta Avenue South, is that carried? Carried. Oh, see, even after that. Well, yeah, yays and nays, I guess. Same vote. Yeah, it kind of is, yeah. All right. You have Judas, Gower, and Leeper against it. All right. The good news is we have nothing in camera. Notices of motion. Any inquiries? Other business. I just want to make a suggestion, because what you just said, and I saw something on Twitter a couple of days ago that kind of ticked me off, because I thought, oh, that's interesting that Fleury has Kevin Wiley and his team walking around looking for rats, and I couldn't get anybody's attention when I had the rat problem in Barrhaven. But anyway, but brought to mind, and you just said that you had a walkabout. And, you know, and then you tie it in with yesterday what Councillor Dean said, because she's right, we used to get out and see the rest of the city. But rather than have a concern about budget or whatever, why don't we informally organize it ourselves? We've got some parts of the city that are a lot busier for development and that, but there doesn't mean the areas that are not. Like, for example, Councillor Shirley doesn't have that much, but he's going to have a CDP plan of Bell's Corners that we're working on now. And Bell's Corners is like this little treasure. I think it would be really important, especially with the fact that a lot of people never get out of their hoods, if we were to informally organize that. And it could take the fact that we pick one day a month where for 4 hours we give up time to a location in the city. So it could be like, for example, maybe myself and Councillor Meehan and Councillor Moffat could say, come on down, we'll do a little Manotick, Richmond, Barrhaven, Riverside South. We could go, you guys could do that in the East End, you could do whatever. We could come down to Westboro, of course, would require its own 4 hours. But you know what I'm saying? What do you think of the idea? Because I'm willing to follow it up. Not next week. So what did I miss? Why did you all go running back and you're trying to get my attention? Notice of motion. I asked you twice. Notice of motion.
It's been a busy day, Chair. I do have a notice of motion. It's with respect to demolition control on a property in my ward, 379 Wilmont Avenue, that would allow demolition. It's subject to demolition control.
Would you like us to waive the rules on this one?
No, so I've asked for it to be notice of motion because I do need to do a quick check-in with some of the residents nearby.
All right.
Yeah. It's not on the Heritage Register.
That would be more fun if it was. Councillor Moffat. Yeah. All right.
And then
okay.
it has a second piece that we're taking a look at how we can streamline demolition control in instances where there's a clear kind of public interest. The building is never going back into the housing stock. And
are you sure this wasn't a heritage one?
This one, 379 in Wilmont, I'd be extraordinarily surprised if it was on the Heritage Registry.
Okay. It's not? Well, that's good. All right, so that's the notice of motion. So nothing else, no other business. We are adjourned, and now, yes, did you want to make an announcement?
Well, the only announcement, I'm just professional only. We're hosting a technical briefing in this room in 30 minutes, so 30 minutes following the conclusion. So it depends on when I stop talking and we adjourn. And then 30 minutes from the point that I stop talking and we adjourn, we're going to host a technical briefing in this room on a Hill Knowlton report to discuss the future of the green bin and the introduction of plastic bags into that green bin in the lead up to a solid waste master plan, which we'll be discussing later on this month.
Where is that technical briefing?
At the special
That's
meeting.
here.
At the special meeting on June the 25th.
Yes, special meeting
the
June 25th,
Environment
following the
Committee with
regular
your name.
meeting of the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management,
Not
which
yet,
is June
because he won't stop
18th.
talking. Okay.
Alan's
All right,
on the phone, so I can't hear.
Okay, so
Alan's checked out.
that's great. So we're adjourned.
Alan's adjourned.
And now, those of us that are on agenda clearing for planning will move into the next location, and then Steve Willis and I it just kind of evolves.